Okay, we're back. I accept trade with Cord. What are you giving me? What is this? I actually already have that Cord, but thank you. You go ahead and keep it, or trade it or something. I got that gambling in the casino. I know it's a different color, but it's the same thing. So, it's all yours, man. Thank you, though. So, ping to you, Flagant. I secretly am the Great Calculator. Let's see if I can actually do this quest this time. Oh, by the way, I love how it says Furtmaster Lorewalker. Because, in my mind, what that means is Furtmaster is not my title. It's my... or excuse me, isn't my name, it's my title. So I am the Lorewalker's Furtmaster. Just gonna push through these because we literally just watched these cutscenes. Whoops. Hey, Mr. Red. Do I need to give you money? I'll do it. I'm crazy. I am the Furtmaster. And I haven't flirted in years. I don't even know how to do it anymore. Hi, you're amazing. You want to go out? Need to practice. Where's Bragwin? Bragwin! Exactly, Flagand. You begin to see the glory of my evil, evil scheme. God damn it. Does anybody know why the camera does that? And more importantly, is there a frickin' fix for that? Chaotic evil is almost always worse than lawful evil. Almost. That's strange. Hello, Max. Oh. Oh, Max Time. Excuse me. I was like, who the hell is Max? I don't know who Max is. Hey, Max Time. Where do I want the next Star Wars game set? Hoth and Tatooine at the same time.
If you give me what we've.
Okay, got credit. Jesus. Am I group lead? Oh, wrong button. I'm not group lead, but I can suggest invite, which is a nice feature. The best era for stories, in my opinion? The Galactic Civil War. It's seminal Star Wars for a reason, you know? There it is. I guess since Mac Time's watching, I'll go ahead and... I was going to say, Cord, could you tell Max... Hope you're doing alright. Because if you haven't... I'm so sorry, Mr. Red. You have joined us. Give in to, us, I guess? I don't know. We need to make sure to get Mr. Red into the guild. You're on Starforge, right, Mr. Red? The server, Starforge. You know, I think the Galactic Civil War really started? In the EU, I think the real, you know, core element of that was when Bel Iblis, I'm not actually sure how to pronounce that, set up the Corellian Treaty. I think that's really the official no-really beginning form. Because everything before that was just a whole bunch of random people doing random things with no coordination, no success. The AU I would say it's almost the exact same situation, but different. It's during Rebels. If you remember, during Rebels, their little Rebel cell kind of starts coordinating and snowballing with other things. It's actually one of my favorite story elements of that particular show. Is that everything? Yep, we got that. That's over there, apparently. I think we're done. But yeah, when the Alliance is actually founded. Or to put it differently, when they actually start accomplishing stuff. Because you know how it goes, right? The actual formal initial point of a thing, anything. The first time, you know, a game shards up, the first time a genre is used, the first time a war ends or begins, it's actually much more gradient than most people like to think. Because it tends to be a whole slow, gradual incline and outro, right? So, historically, the historian geek in me is used to picking a specific spot and saying, that's when things really got going, or when things really concluded, one of the two. You know, when did the Cold War end? When did the Cold War begin? When did the Great War begin and end, etc., etc.? You get the idea.
You're back, and I don't see anyone with you. Did you... Are they?
Dead? What did you think? The Raghouls would buy them flowers and send them home?
Actually, one of them left you a message, Gartha.
A message? Oh, that must be Elizu. They were very close. I'll call the base and tell them what happened.
I'm putting in for a transfer. No job is worth this.
This has taken enough of my time.
Well, thanks for going in. You showed more concern than the Republic ever has.
Wait, you're not leaving, are you? I wanted to... That is, you did us such a favor. Could I maybe ask another?
Apparently not. There's no follow-up quest. But yeah, exactly, DJT. That's exactly my point. When did the Galactic Civil War start? The formation of the Alliance versus the Alliance to Restore the Republic? When the Galactic Empire was founded? When they waged their first battle, which I believe was done by What's-His-Face? Or when they had the Battle of Yavin. I've heard some people argue the Galactic Civil War didn't really start until the Battle of Yavin, since it was such a major turning point. Oh. Who is Donier, by the way? Like, what player? I can't think of his name. Ah, it's you, Vigilant. Stop cutting us out of quests. Why is that being weird? What the hell is that doing? Okay, I'm gonna just hit go.
If you have any questions about military operations on... Wait, are you the ones who recovered the Endar Spire data?
You're the one I'm supposed to report to?
Yes. I appreciate the service you have done for me and for the Republic. The data from the Endar Spire will be invaluable to the Republic's war efforts. Lieutenant Karlsue tells me there's close surveillance footage of the Imperial warships.
The Force reaches out to correct its own imbalance.
Well, whether it does or not, I'm going to keep helping it along. Thank you for your service. Republic intelligence has been waiting for this data since the bombardment fell.
I handled everything just like you wanted.
Republic Customs thinks you have full diplomatic access to the planet. That'll keep the heat off you. Here are the supplies she needs delivered. Take them to camp at these coordinates. They're for an engineer named Ovold. Good luck out there. Try not to get dead. What, Garza, Justin? I actually don't know what happens to Garza. And someday we will find out, because we're doing it all. What is that? My quest log is being weird. Hang on. Over here. Spend a little more money to be a little faster. Interesting. Yeah, imagine if people tried to keep using the Confederate flags here in the States. Ah! Yes, flags, plural. Confederacy wasn't exactly all that unified. I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on with my quest log, so I'm just gonna see how this works out here. It's time, America, to talk about the true American pastime. Baseball. Oh, wait, sorry. Didn't mean to laugh maniacally. Let me try that again. Did I just not get credit for that or something? Lore. I like Lore Henry Eden better. That has a better ring to it, you know. What in the world? Where? Huh? You know what? Fine, whatever. I don't know what's going on with this, so I'm just gonna go this way. Hope for the best. I'm just gonna trust to it. Oh, all of them, Space Cadet? What are you talking about? There's no reason to be disloyal to the Empire. I mean, if you sent out a poll, I'm pretty sure that 100% of the people who answered that poll would say that they were loyal Imperial citizens. Why is this sending me here? What is going on with this quest? This is just a bonus series. Where's the... Okay, fine. Fine. Oh, who was that one person who actually got elected into power by completely rigging the vote? Having armed guards being there. No, I don't mean the Nazis. That's separate. Where was that? I can't remember. Doesn't matter. This shall form a new... No, this is a while ago. This is about a century ago at this point. Listen, that would never happen. Ever. I mean, honestly, if that's a polemic question, we probably have a problem. There we go. Okay, now what do you want me to do? You dumb quest. Do this thing here. Okay, sure. That is a possibility, my Kamano. I mean, I'm not talking meme answers or joke answers. I meant more like, you know, actually having armed personnel in the voting booth kind of answers. Because that's happened. Anyways. I want to say Spain, actually, now that I'm saying that out loud. Anyways, whatever. Point being, over here in the realm of fiction, that's totally... So, in the X-Wing books, they... I mean, probably Jalud. It's not like it's ever changed. In the X-Wing books, they address a little bit about the terrible disaster. Oh, how did they spin it? Well, those people are stupid, Warp Corp. Like, actually stupid. I'm not even going to entertain that. We're all here about tolerance and understanding, but if you think that, you're an idiot. Just saying. We will tolerate and understand your right to be an idiot. But yeah, the X-Wing books cover some of the propaganda that the Empire pushed. Yeah, they have a museum. I remember that sequence. Now, I think I just got a rather large donation, which means I have to destroy... Oh, Jesus. Means I have to not die. Done! Ooh, that was tough. Almost didn't manage that. Now where do you want me to go, game? Back to town. Okay, let's go back to town. Back to town. Oh! Where is my freaking... There it is. It's way over there. I like it. That's a good way to do it, Crazy Horse. Anybody who donates a huge amount of money towards the new Lore Empire can then take that and completely change how the laws work in order to benefit them.
These
Thank
are all
you,
the
Sean.
medical records I could find.
Thank you. I am sure you have braved many higher-profile dangers, but you will never do anything more important. You have saved countless lives. One of them may well be mine. My ancestors fled Taris 300 years ago, and my family still carries their curse. I thank you.
The legacy of death. Very apropos. What in the crap? Okay. What is this doing? Hang on, Giga. That looks pretty cool, actually. Looks awful on me, but I can picture what it would look like on other people. Anyways. Can Luke fly a Y-Wing? Why? Why would we have him fly a bomber? I guess the Y-Wing's kind of an all-purpose, not really a bomber, isn't it? Just dropped on Voss. Nice. No, you keep it or sell it or whatever. Where do you want me to go, game? Where do you want me to go? Where does this want me to go? Is this down? Height indicators, Tor. They exist. It is down. Well, I don't know what it looks like on me, Giga. Until I know. Yeah, my map is just this blue. I mean, honestly, Corellia is just the worst when it comes to that map. Hey, look, it's Master Chef. I love how they're meleeing me from back there. Okay. Let's get this stupid serum. I suppose Sean does have a point, though. That's not exactly changing the rules. And, by the way, I have put that towards the Spider-Man streaminations. The spectacular, excuse me, Spider-Man streaminations. There! Now get off my map, you stupid quest. Is that everything here? That's everything here, okay. Kill this thing. Oh, slash jealous, Macamano. I don't know what temperature any of those are. I don't care, because it's got to be better than this. The easiest way to take out a Republic assault ship. Have a bigger fleet. Easiest way, by far. Just outstat them. You want me to kill... You know what? I don't even care. I don't care. I don't care. We're not doing the bonus stuff.
Welcome back. Let's get those serum samples analyzed and see what we've got.
Kind of, Mr. Red.
Well, thank the Force for good Taresian storage technology. I wasn't sure anything would still be viable after 3 centuries. While we wait, is there a cost to these samples I should be aware of? A deal with a pirate crew, perhaps?
There were some problems, but everything's fine now.
You make it sound so easy. Ah, here we are. Fortunately, the plague is so virulent it cultures very rapidly. Bad news. The serum you recovered looks like it was effective 300 years ago, but the Rakul plague has mutated since then. This serum will only provide effective immunity for extraordinarily healthy individuals.
How do we make it stop modern Rakuls?
Manufacturing a true vaccine requires what we call a lucky survivor, someone whose system has made antibodies to the plague. We haven't had a survivor yet, for obvious reasons, but this serum might provide the link we need. If I infected an extraordinary individual protected by the serum, I could collect the antibodies and make an effective vaccine.
If it means we can someday wipe those things from the planet, sign me up.
Well, and I have this whole speech ready. All right. We have a medical droid, CB-084, set up to observe Rakuls in the field. He'll be able to collect the antibodies and slow any potential complications. After I give you the serum, go out there and test it. Let the Rakuls attack you and see what happens.
Are there any other medical facts I should know?
Sure. You're doing the right thing. Now, here's your serum injection.
Why would they, Rama? I mean, doesn't
I hope the
KOTOR
Force is with
predate
you,
the prequel
because
trilogy?
The science is stretched to the limit.
I know Tor doesn't. Now I have to get infected by a Rakul. Well, okay. Sure. Well, I happen to already be here. Why not?
Think you're all right?
Wow, I look pretty stupid all of a sudden. Sweet. Infect me! Infect me! Hey, I'm infected. Wow, that was quick. Whew, okay. I thought that'd be hard. Time to go turn in get my pay. Yes, Gum Gum. Oh, you mean about the thing you just said. Right. That actually does sound really horrific. But then again, I've done some really tricky stuff to go by with very little sleep myself, and I hope most people never realize those tricks exist. Where's the... One moment, please. Yavin 4's in this? There it is. I believe you, Shaluda. My timeline's probably wrong. I know that there was a weird and chaotic time in Star Wars history. The prequels came out, a bunch of books came out, and a lot of them kind of completely disagreed with each other. It was just kind of all over the place. There we are. Ooh.
Ah, I see your infection is progressing. Hold still while I take samples for analysis. While I transmit the data to Dr. Cell, there are some questions I should ask. Do you have any of the following symptoms? Dizziness, fever, shortness of breath, and inexhaustible hunger for sentient flesh?
Yeah, that last one.
Can you do anything about these cuts? I'm losing blood here.
I'm sorry, my core function is in analysis, not trauma care. Ah, here's Dr. Cell.
Good news. Your antibody count is off the charts. I'll start work on a vaccine immediately. You are remarkably brave. Our progress has just jumped forward by years. While you recuperate, I'm going to transmit the usual secrecy agreements. Just use your thumbprint to sign on the sensor.
What do you mean, usual secrecy agreements?
This is standard procedure when the Republic develops biotech with significant earnings potential. We develop the vaccine for Republic soldiers first, and when it's proven, sell it to colonists. Until then, it's under wraps. We don't want the Exchange or the Sith funding some horrible operation with an underground version.
Lives will be lost while this profit is being made.
Tell me something I don't know. Every week we hear another Rakghoul horror story. But every colonist on the planet is going to want this vaccine. How do I tell my superiors we gave up that kind of money?
An entire planet succumbed to this plague. Are you a doctor or a patent office?
Yes, thank you, Cord.
I'm a doctor. And this cure will get made, even if I have to build the manufacturing plant or hand synthesize every macrophage.
Well, I think she's angry, but from past experience, may I say that usually motivates her. If it means anything coming from a droid, sir, congratulations on your research, and also your remarkable survival.
Hey, Saber for wife. Okay. Doing good, doing good. Where's the... sure.
Master Jedi, what brings you to our small corner of Republic space? This is such a great, great honor.
Tell me what's happening.
We're having some trouble. Nothing you couldn't have predicted, but there you are. Our bases here are far from self-sufficient. We're not farmers, and there's no existing infrastructure here to work with. We're at the mercy of our supply ships. And this month just went nose down in some of the worst territory on Taris.
Where's the ship? I don't care if it's at the bottom of a swamp.
The Republic thanks you for your service. Our men tried to reach the ship once, but they turned back after taking serious casualties. They said it's more than just Rakghouls, but couldn't make an ID. If you still want to go, you'll need to talk to our quartermaster at the supply shed across the base. She's got the exact coordinates of the crash.
Anyways, Sean, sorry for taking a minute there. So you asked, when are the streaminations continuing? And that's a damn good question. Here's the catch. The problem, whatever you want to call that. I woke up an hour and a half late this morning because of sheer exhaustion. So, The streaminations will continue when I feel I'm back on track with the new schedule. Obviously, I'm not there yet. So the answer is I don't know. But that's the requirement, if that makes any sense. As soon as I feel like I'm settled and no longer, having sleeping issues and tired issues, that's when we'll go ahead and kind of rejigger back to pulling the streaminations back onto Saturdays. Sense make?
And you're just going to make this all better, huh?
That's my gerb.
Want to calm down and point me to where your supply ship crashed?
Of course. You think I want to see everyone here starve? But I don't want Commander Fatpants to think it means he gets away with this. Steal from your troops, spend the Republic's money on vintage wine from Alderaan, but it's fine, because there's a gang of big-hearted heroes around to save you.
That's a serious accusation.
I said over and over that the ship needed repairs. The left stasis generator was loose, and the hyperdrive motivator was seeping fluid. But Gardet had already spent our allotted maintenance budget on himself.
You're completely sure now?
I'm telling the truth. Somehow he's juggling the numbers he sends to HQ. No commander needs a personal vehicle in an outpost this size. If you can take this holo camera out to the crash site, you could get the evidence I need to get him court-martialed.
It's better than dealing with this guilt trip.
Thank you. If you take holopics of the engine, I can show that the documented lack of repairs is what caused the crash. The most important thing is the supplies, though. The crash site isn't far. When you get everything, bring it back here so I can distribute it.
Hey, Evo. Don't worry, you've only missed a little bit of flirting. There's more to come. And that is correct, Warp Core. The Saturday the Saturday game streams have been replacing the... I should just fly, shouldn't I? I've been replacing what should be the Streaminations block as yet another vehicle of trying to get caught up on the queue. That may be true all the way through Tor, just to get the little extra bonus streaming in for Tor. I haven't decided yet.
Reminder, mechanized travel is for official business only. Be safe out there.
Just gonna guess here. So, going back to DJT's question, you asked, can we put Luke in a Y-Wing? I've been thinking about that. Because I think I have a lot of opinions about the ships and their capacities in Star Wars. And one of the things I've been thinking is that I'll keep the X-Wings as incredibly overpowered as they are. But I think we're going to severely limit how many of them they are. Effectively, think of the X-Wing like the TIE Defender. Yeah, sure, they're really, really good ships, but they're extraordinarily time-consuming and expensive in order to make.
Better?
And they don't just give them to anybody because they're, that good. So I kind of like the idea that Luke is initially in a Y-Wing because they don't trust some random recruit that just joined the rebellion like 3 days ago with one of their X-Wings.
What do you think, Khan?
The foundation of the Taris Chemworks factory cannot be repaired. I expect total collapse within 2 weeks. Once the building falls, the stored chemicals will flood this area. They are highly toxic to humans. I am sorry.
I'll make sure there are speeders on hand, but we can't just pack up and go. Do what you can.
As always, I will pursue an alternative. Excuse my inattentiveness, Master. You are with the reconstruction effort? I advise you not to stay long.
I think I can judge how best to handle this.
Again, I apologize. Perhaps I can approach this matter differently. Many of these ruins are unstable. A nearby structure used for chemical storage is on the verge of crumbling. As I was explaining to my colleague, there is only one way to remove the chemicals before they spill. A burn-off. A well-armed demolitions team could reach the structure and incinerate the chemical stockpiles. I can provide the incendiaries. Unfortunately, no team is available.
I wouldn't worry. It can't get much worse than this.
You are... apologies. Mistaken. These chemicals are known to cause at least 17 distinct illnesses. Between the structural instability, the toxicity levels, and the incendiary chemicals, the mission does carry substantial risk. It is nonetheless urgent. You are not a demolitions team, I fully recognize this. But if you could arrange the burn-off, I would humbly welcome your aid.
Excuse me, friends. I'm told you're among the Republic's most reliable operatives here. Have you heard anything about titroxinate being sold on the black market?
Is there a reason you're whining to me about it?
I just thought you might be able to help us keep it out of the wrong hands. Titroxinate was the pre-patent name for the weaponized agent we think was responsible for the Rakghoul plague. The Empire could fashion it into a terrible weapon, turning our soldiers into monsters and setting them against us.
Where's the arms dealer who's selling this stuff?
I'm more worried about his source. Traced the original titroxinate samples to an old Chemworks factory. It's overrun with Nexu. We can't get near it. If you can retrieve any canisters that remain, the Republic will see you're well rewarded for your effort.
Get those pictures, and I promise we'll bring Commander Gardet to justice.
Sis says I should just stop dying in games. I don't know. Well, no, I thought that's what you're supposed to do, is you're supposed to die all over the place. Exactly. Okay.
Yomata chitoya, asubi mota uipa, patoga wata kiko uba kiri wata buki donko.
You never take those things off?
Chobet I kafstuan dile jihulo kuta. Buka kampak nijit, tonka yiliska chanaga, kabanotase makipuna, malituta odmishka.
Who are these scavengers?
Kupa tonti toki maki chisa chubolo wawuni. Poya tuka changa goptula do bata wana wanki, chaskruni do pat kulira do kanki kung.
The scavengers must have a camp. Know where it is?
Piti do tenyago kakajujo, da biska ku paliya. Pampawula ji ota kakoga huta nupisto.
If I had a credit for every death trap I've escaped, I wouldn't need this job.
Yana da puno, ta uz azulas uval tung mi chakulka dimaji. Kabanotase makipuna, malituta odmishka.
Sorry, that was my beloved sister asking for help. And thankfully, I'm in a position to grant that help. What am I doing here? Getting gear. The one true objective of all MMO players. Not to have fun, not to enjoy yourself, or go through content, or experience awesome quests, or story, or characters, or fights, or anything whatsoever. Our goal is gear. All we care about is the gear. The gear! I'll never give you a response, Evo, because of the gear. Depends on how well you can fix the hair. The hair's just wrong. But other than that, it's super amazing. The gear of war. The gear of Star Wars. Hey, that actually tracks. Wait a minute. Have you ever seen Gears of War and Star Wars in the same room at the same time? There is no weapon to surpass getting gear. Anyways, what the hell was I saying about something about the X-Wing? Being the super... Oh yeah, I like the idea of Z95. Actually, I like that idea so much that I'm going to steal that and pretend it's my own. I just had this great idea. Why don't we make it so that a lot of the early Rebellion people use Z95s? You know, like they do in the EU. I know, great idea, right? It just came to me. Alright, Evo, I want you to dig deep into your consciousness. And then I want you to, you know, read my mind. There, that's what it should look like. Any questions? I mean, the Z95 was really common in the EU. And for a good reason. They're crap, but they're cheap. I mean, doesn't that just make so much sense? Yeah, it was the trash cheap fighter. Absolutely. There you go. That just makes too much sense for them to use that initially. Then again, I also think that okay, so I don't know what way in which I will be physically capable of presenting the Star Wars rewrite, because that's always an issue, obviously. But I would love the idea if we could do a thing where the early Rebel fighters aren't standardized at all. They've just got whatever they had. Whatever they salvaged, or whatever was donated, or whatever they could buy. So they just have all kinds of crap, right? Clone Wars era fighters, the old Z95s, a couple of Y-Wings. The big exception, so someone suggested something, I really like this idea. Someone suggested making the X-Wing super hard to use because of just how high tier it is. And I actually really like that idea. So maybe, we know that the Rebels tend to have some, you know, uber good pilots, right? Like that's a common trend. Maybe only those really awesome pilots, which will eventually include Luke, are the ones who can actually fly the X-Wings. Everyone else is just, nope. And of course, I also like the idea, yeah, Wedge, there you go. So Wedge, probably Corrin, I guess, depending. I don't know, we'll think about that. Luke, obviously. That might actually be it in the early days. I don't know, I have to think about that. No. If we make it so the X-Wing is stolen... No, an actual X-Wing is a joke to pilot. I'm pretty sure you in real life could pilot an X-Wing with success, which is part of the problem. I don't know about Kyle Katarn. I'm not really familiar with him, and I have no real pre-existing anything with that, so... Well. By the way, you notice how this map continues to be bad? It's not as bad as Corellia, but it is not a good map. So here was my thinking. I like the idea that there's a group of INCOM engineers, and the specifics of this would have to be hammered out, but they come up with the X-Wing, and then either take those plans with, or produce a few and take those plans to the you know, the Rebels, or more likely, a specific group of Rebels, because remember, this is before the Rebel Alliance even exists, so it's just one of the Rebel groups. That Rebel group gets a hold of, like, a squad of X-Wings, right? And that's it. the one squad. There are no other X-Wings coming. Because Incom, shut that down. They don't have the manufacturing capabilities to build new ones. They don't have the resources or the plans to build new ones. In short, the initial donation is all they get. And we could hammer out the specific number, but the point would be for it to be a fairly small number. Then, of course, we could use these in very specific circumstances. We could make it so that these really matter when it really matters. I also kind of like the idea that I'm not sold on this, but it just amuses me, the idea that Luke does take his X-Wing to Dagobah, and then it falls into a swamp. And he's just like, there's only like 6 of those. Okay. And it just adds to the whole scene of him just being so frustrated and upset with himself and angry about wasting his time, and he's just caused this horrible damage to this priceless machine that he's just like, and that's why he's so mentally and emotionally distracted that he can't lift the damn thing. Then Yoda does it, and Luke's just like, I don't know, I feel like I might actually stick with that, because I feel like that would add to that scene, you know? Because part of the problem with Star Wars, and well, part of the problem with the X-Wings, is that they're everywhere. In virtually every EU and AU arc, the X-Wing was the common fighter. And I much prefer the idea of it being the elite fighter. The fighter of just awesome. And yeah, it has its own frickin' hyperdrive and everything. Full astromech support, so it can go wherever the hell it wants to. As long as that astromech is up to date and blah, blah, blah. Anyways. Then again, something I'm going to try to sell everyone on, and I'm going to fail at because nobody agrees with me on this, is I want stormtroopers to be elites. Now you're probably thinking, hang on, lore. Why is the X-Wing so common in Star Wars? And I actually have a definitive answer for that. You ready for this? It's really simple. Boys. Now, I'm not saying this to throw shade. I'm not saying this to be snarky. The reason the X-Wing is so commonplace is because it is iconic. And that sells. How many X-Wing models and figurines and micro machines and Legos are there, for God's sakes? And it's the thing you put on the... There's a video game series called X-Wing. So, yeah. Since the rewrite doesn't need to bother with any of that, we can make the X-Wings what they probably should be. Oh, I gotta keep the 501. 501 are legit. I agree with that, Mike Romano. The funny thing is there are regular grunts already in Star Wars. It's just they're so infrequent as to barely be used. Instead, they just use stormtroopers when they need regular grunts. Yeah, see, Justin? Whoops.
Why'd you have to go and kill everybody? Some of those guys were all right.
I'm here for the planetary core samples. Hand them over.
Planetary core samples. Right. You work for Beryl Thorne, don't you? That's what I used to do. The name's Tyradol. I was helping Beryl smuggle artifacts off Taris disguised as core samples. I thought we'd get rich. Turns out Beryl's a soft touch. Instead of selling what we smuggle on the Imperial market, Beryl gives relics to descendants of Taris survivors for a tiny finder's fee. Ridiculous.
That explains a lot. You can die now.
Droids! Code Black!
I mean, I agree with you, Sarura, but I also disagree with you. Or, if I was to phrase this differently, I think the writers disagree with you, and also me. Oh, what'd I just get?
There. Better?
Like, if you look at the stats of the X-Wing, that thing should be a death machine. Precisely because it is so... It's such an all-purpose thing, right? Like, because it is. The X-Wing... The reason I talk so much about the X-Wing being such an overpowered piece of doomed death machine is specifically because it is so all-purpose. It can do anything, and it can do it well. It is a fast, well-defended, shielded fighter that has multiple weapons of both energy and proton capacity that has its own built-on hyperdrive. It is a damned fine craft. Now, I agree that the B-Wing would be stronger overall. Even an A-Wing would probably be able to overpower an X-Wing. But the X-Wing can do every freaking thing. And that's my point. There's an obvious value to the catch-all, you know? But anyways, the B-Wings I'll have to think about. I mean, I'm not keen to get rid of wings, or fighters, rather. But then again, the B-Wings don't even really show up until the Rebel Alliance exists, so I'm a little bit more okay with them having overpowered fighters when they have the kind of infrastructure and backing to make them. After all, the main reason the Galactic Empire doesn't have strong fighters is because they don't want them, not because they can't have them. See, that actually makes sense. That world building makes perfect sense to me. If the Galactic Empire wanted strong fighters, they'd have them. I mean, the TIE Advanced is a death machine. I'm sorry. Never mind the Defender. Let's not even talk about the Defender. That being said, you know one thing I'd probably lean into more? The TIE D. The droid. Yeah, the droid. Or the drone, or whatever the hell they called it. Just swarming with those things. Let's see if this shares. Maybe? I don't know. I need to rebind that. Yeah, I mean, I think it's not really overstating things to say that if the Galactic Empire started regularly using TIE Defenders, they would stomp. That's a good question, Jay Palmer. I'm not sure. Legitimately. Like, it's hard to gauge that since they're so far desperate from each other, right? So, whatever. Yeah. There's the question. Do we keep Zarin in the rewrite? I was going to say, I remember this area. So, first of all, it's all green, which I'm sure you love, Mike Kamano. Second of all, I remember this area as sucking. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this place sucks. You also got to interact with something here, too. I'm one of those weird people who supports the AT-AT, but that's because I see it for what it is and not what they use it for. I mean, yeah, it's a big, intimidating thing, but anybody with a frickin' brain could stop that. No, I'll tell you what the AT-AT is. Mobile artillery. Think about the range on those upper big guns. The ones on the chin. Think about how much damage those things can do. First thing I do with the Venator is get rid of all those fighters. After that, I'm not sure. That's true, they actually did do a lot of damage in Hoth. That's a fair point. Hey, Gary. We're on for tonight, right? Confirm deny? Whoop, that didn't go. Also, I assume you want that to go towards the game, I can't think of the name of Cthulhu something. Is there anything in here? Oh, there's one. Cool. Just let me know. See, I like that, Sarura, and I agree. To me, and feel free to check my logic on this, because I'm only tangentially aware of military doctrine and engineering. But to my knowledge, the biggest flaw of the AT-AT would be the legs, right? Yeah, the biggest weak point, I guess is a better way to phrase that. Actually destroying an AT-AT probably isn't on the table. Knocking the thing over is probably on the table. Hence why it's the artillery. You keep it back there. Probably with the general on board, which is exactly what Veers was doing, so... I mean, something that Star Wars tends to forget in the movies is the fact that most battle groups operate in a group for a reason. You got your close air support, you got your far air support, you got your point defense, you got your screens. Screens exist for a reason, you know? Very true, Sarura. I actually was thinking about that, and I kind of like the idea of making it that there's just this... that the rebels specifically engineered the tow cable system as a way to deal with the AT-ATs. I also like the idea that the Galactic Empire has already come up with a counter-strategy to that. Or, maybe not counter-strategy so much as a way to deal with it. Like, picture that they tow cable one of the AT-ATs, it falls over, and then people immediately pour out of it to start cutting the cables, and they've already got a system in place to try and get the thing back up on its legs. In other words, knocking those things over literally just mezzes them. It doesn't take them out of the fight. Something like that, right? I don't know, I'm just spitballing, but random ideas. Damn it. Oh my god, stop stunning me, you asshole. You know what we could do? Maybe, hi Nasty Bagel, maybe the AT-ATs on Hoth are specifically deployed without the usual screen, specifically because of the fact that they're not actually there to wipe out the base. Remember, the whole reason they're there is to capture Luke, right? I can even picture a scene where Veers is just like, God, to do this without the usual support screen, but whatever. Hang on 1 second on that. Let me blow up this thing right here. There we
go. We don't have antibiotics. They come on the same ship as everything else.
You're supposed to keep better tabs on that sort of thing. These men have the Cillian flu. They could die if...
Oh, yeah, no, the Hoth crushed. Or the Hoth
you
crushed.
returned, and all of you unhurt.
The AT-AT crushed.
You managed to recover our supplies?
No number of beasts could have kept me from aiding these men.
Your order is known for its mercy. Thank you for coming to our aid. The men came close to mutiny when I cut rations again. They knew this wasn't going to be a luxury cruise.
What do you expect? You ask your men to starve while you eat bantha steaks from off-world.
Don't talk to your commander that way, Quartermaster.
Excuse me, sir. What I meant to say, sir, is that maybe fixing the ship before it crashed would have cost us fewer lives. Respectfully.
Just distribute the food, Private. We'll talk later. And you, the men of this outpost owe you a debt of gratitude. We all do.
There's gotta be somewhere more interesting than this. Even on Taris.
It was a pleasure to work with you.
No, Vigilance just being
If you're
evil.
still interested in serving our soldiers, there may be something else. Normally, our 4th outpost comes here to pick up its supplies, but their convoy never arrived this month. I'm afraid something happened. They need to be found.
It's dangerous territory out there. Was the convoy armed?
The route between the outposts runs along Lake Brel. Not the best planning. There's Rakghouls there, and a Nexus spawning ground, and worse. Usually the convoy's managed by only traveling when the sun is highest. Plus lots and lots of firepower. But if they're out there too long, well, you need to find them.
Every moment we delay risks their lives. I'll leave right now.
Whatever happened to the convoy, we need to make sure Morn Outpost gets their supplies. Sonic emitters along the route usually keep off the worst of the critters. But if they're on the fritz, that convoy would have walked into a feeding frenzy. Fix the emitters and see what you can find about the convoy. When you're done, report to Commander Yajek at Morn Outpost. And thank you.
That's one of the reasons it never bothered me, the trap that was laid in Return of the Jedi, Sarura. Because it just makes entirely too much sense that Palpatine would have that bait there, seed it with actual bait. You know, it's not a trap, or it's not a trick, rather. It's real information. He's really there. The Death Star really is being built there. And why the Rebels would fall for that. Because they have to. They have no choice. They have to engage there, despite the fact that, you know, they've been effectively on the back foot ever since the war started.
These are all the canisters I was able to recover.
Thank you. The Republic thanks you. Imagine how horrific it would be if the Rakghoul nightmare had spread to the rest of the galaxy. Please, take this for your service.
You know what's funny is the Rebels are always on the back foot, whether they're called the Republic or the Old Republic, whatever. The Rebels are always on the... You ever notice that? Ah, god damn it. Oh, hang on. Let me warp out of here. I'm sick of standing in this stupid pit of chemicals. Yeah, they have to be the underdog. They must be the underdog. Which irritates me just a little bit, but that's whatever. One of the things I liked about the Black Fleet crisis was the Republic was on the forefront. For once. It's even called out in the book.
I can smell chemicals on you, but I also smell fire and smoke. Did you complete the burn-off? All the toxins and pollutants have been incinerated?
Definitely. No question about it.
Nothing could please me more. Thank you. The structure will still collapse, but it shall leave no poison in its wake. Perhaps we can rebuild the area after all.
That's not my point, Sarura. My point is, the non-Empire side is always on the back foot, regardless of the era and what name they happen to be using. Including the Republic we're serving in this very game. Continuing to make my point there. That was also true in KOTOR 1. Arguably true in KOTOR 2, although that's for different reasons. It was also true in a lot of the early EU stuff with the New Republic, while we're on the subject. And it's super true in the sequel trilogy, which is actually, honestly, one of my biggest complaints about the sequel trilogy. I know I'm not supposed to talk about the sequel trilogy, but it really irritates me how the Dark Order of Death Doom is just super mega galactic levels of ridiculously overpowered. And the New Republic is pathetic and terrible. Again. Not even explained in the movies, I feel like adding.
Chicos pa inigudad ijigliska chanagawa.
Exactly, Blue Hero.
Oh, grani tampio da pushi wompa.
These aren't core samples, Ovold, and you know it.
Moja jo chaluka. Kunachi Dunik
That's the cargo pod I put them in. Don't tell me the scavengers dumped them out.
The cargo pod is full of Taris relics.
I wouldn't say that too loud if I were you. It's illegal to run contraband on Taris. Cargo pod had core samples inside before the scavengers stole it. If they bought something else, it's got nothing to do with me.
That's your story and you're sticking to it?
The absolute truth. And nobody can prove otherwise.
Have a
nice day, Cam. Oh no, it was explained in the book, Sarura. The explanation even makes sense, which actually kind of irritates me more, if that makes any sense. Because I still don't like it. It doesn't matter that the explanation's there, and it doesn't even matter the explanation makes sense. It's still, the Empire's the big evil doom, and the good guys are the on-the-back-foot underdogs. Again. And by the time the sequel trilogy had come out, we'd done that like 5 times in multitude of different eras across Star Wars by that point. I was just sick of it. I'm still sick of it. Now, I can accept it if the rest of the story it makes up for it. I can. You know, there's some good storytelling in Star Wars. I don't mean to come across as too negative, but can we not just once? Oh, why can't I repair this thing? Oh, that's why. Because someone else is doing this quest. Oh, that didn't... Okay. No, I'll wait for that to respawn. I suppose I'm honestly a weirdo there, Sarura, because the main good organization in my setting is called the Empire. Okay, looks like I did get this one. Okay, good. I don't know why it's showing I didn't get it, but whatever. We're just gonna move on. I mean, not to get into the sequel trilogy again, but I actually think the the First Order would be more terrifying, more intimidating if they were a terrorist faction. If they were a small secular group, which didn't, you know, they had their few small forces, but those forces were very strong and very powerful. There just weren't that many of them, and they can't replace them all that much. But they have all the advantages that has. They're playing the Rebels' playbook, right? They can attack wherever they want to. The Republic has to defend everywhere. Well, see, that's an interesting point, Warp Core. Yeah, Hand of Nod. That's a good way to put that. Because I was under the impression, after watching Episode 7, that that's exactly what they were. That they were, in fact, the underdog and the tiny little force that barely had anything going for them. And then all the expanded works and the future movies said, no, they're the Galactic Empire again. And I was just like, oh. Okay. That sucks. Oh, well. But I don't want to get too much into the sequel trilogy. That's just gonna cause issues. There's a reason I still haven't covered those movies. And honestly, probably never will.
We just stopped to rest. Geozel found a scratch, and we don't know if it's the Rakghoul infection, so we're waiting. And Ferdoan might be coming down with the Geonosian swamp flu, but we're on our way, I swear, and you're looking at me very strangely.
Are you part of the Outpost 4 supply convoy?
Yes. Private Gilrow. I assumed you were looking for us. We just stopped to rest. Sorry to trouble everyone.
Are you afraid of something? Is someone after you?
What isn't after us on this awful planet? The Nexu? The blasted Rakghouls? Oh, forget it. I was never a good liar. We aren't going back. Is that what you wanted to hear? We've deserted.
I know army life stinks, but don't they kill you or something if you desert?
Prison on Coruscant, which is way better than being stuck here. At least your family can visit. 5 years we've been out here, no break. Most of our friends have died. We're wounded, tired, broken. Fighting something that can't think, can't be frightened. And if you get the slightest scratch, you become the enemy and your own squad puts you down like a dog.
You've given the Republic as much as it can reasonably demand.
You're not gonna turn us in?
Take this. It should be enough to buy a berth on a smuggler's ship.
I can't... I mean, we thought we might get a spot with one of the scavengers, but then we heard they kill strangers on sight. This would save my life. Maybe I can even get back in time to fix things with my girl. Please, tell Commander Yajek you found our bodies. That way no one will ever come looking.
So, yeah. I do actually like the Taris quests. They are extremely messed up, but in a good way. Or, in a well-written way. They do a good job of emphasizing how much of a colossal mess Taris is, and how much this project should absolutely be abandoned. It really should. You know? Honestly, I'm pretty sure they have more of a desertion problem than what we just saw. And yeah, please remember this whole thing isn't being done for any practical reason. This is a PR stunt. A lot of people are dying and worse for a PR stunt. Yeah, that's ignoring the fact that the Sith are actively involved here.
State your business. This is a Republic military outpost, sovereign territory of the Galactic Republic. We will defend ourselves with deadly force if necessary.
You're not gonna make many friends with an attitude like that.
Sorry. Wasn't sure if you were Republic. There's no unauthorized travel this far into the wilds. Best policies usually blast first, chat later. Don't suppose you were sent by Commander Guarded with news about our supplies.
It was surprisingly simple, really.
That's a relief. Our own convoy never reported back. Wouldn't be the first time we lost one to the Nexu. I was about to send another, but that means leaving the whole outpost understaffed and undefended. And the rat ghouls have been real active this month. Don't suppose you saw any sign of our boys. If they're still alive, they better have a good excuse for leaving us hanging.
Relax, it's gonna be alright.
I'll have to assume the worst. Usually not much left to find if the Nexu were at them. Anyway, thanks for the help and the news. This sure won't help morale. Everyone else will just have to work a bit harder now.
Yeah. And yeah, someone in chat mentioned this. This is also a point in time in which the Republic cannot afford this project.
We aren't
on any level.
Report your ailments.
Time, money, people.
The Reconstruction Authority is taking every...
Is it true? The Locust himself is coming here?
I can only say that we value...
You are fit for duty. Return to your post.
Keep you informed.
Oh, excuse me. Something in the air. Spores, I think. Name's Wintag. I'm working on the Republic Taresian Archival Database. We call it RepTat. I'm assigned to explore the old city myself, but I'm not handling the change of atmospheres very well. I don't suppose you'd be up for a little job exploring the ruins? We're well funded, so I can pay you for your trouble.
I wonder how many planets are getting taxed to do this.
Can you elaborate? I'm talking about finding the archive set up by Taris's own government to preserve their knowledge and culture in the event of disaster. I've been working on this for years, and I believe I finally pinpointed the location of their archive.
And what do you need from me?
I've tried to approach the location before, but it is positively overrun with raccoons. I couldn't get close. If you could get past them, let my assistant know how to arrange retrieval. Her constitution is stronger than mine.
Sure. Yeah, I thought I said that, Evo. I do like the skin and the face and how you present it. It's not how I would have done it, but it's interesting and I like it. Yours is more organic than I would have done it. No, it's actually on random right now, True Red, but it's on a playlist.
A chance to be part of one of the great mysteries of the Republic's past? We have irrefutable proof that Revan once sheltered here, soon after returning to the Republic from the Sith. There are many tales of how Revan rescued Basta Lashan and changed galactic history, but there were smaller lives touched as well.
Who's Revan?
You're talking like these are people I should know about.
Revan, the great Jedi General of the Mandalorian Wars, who turned to the dark side but was brought back to the light by Master Basta Lashan? Shameful. This is why the galaxy needs research like mine, to bring history to life for its people. 300 years ago, the outcasts of Taris lived deep below the city, where the Rakghoul plague originated. Revan's journals record bringing them a cure for the plague and leading them to the secure colony called the Promised Land. Yet we don't know if they survived.
Are you asking me to look for a lost colony from 300 years ago?
Or any sign of what became of them. My assistant is coordinating excavations. Anything you find, bring to him. Perhaps these promised ones left some record, something to talk to us across the ages.
If only. Oh, that's heroics. Don't care. What is this telling me to do?
Reminder. Mechanized travel is for official business only.
Oh, that's my class quest, okay. I thought she looked familiar, Evo. Should've used me. Wait. So... in my mind, the hair is more like wisps. I mean, obviously it's a physical object. You could grab it, you can act with it. But it's supposed to be literally physical magic, right? Actual magic that is tangibly manifested within the world, within the physical plane. So it should be kind of whoosh whoosh a little bit. And kind of like not really obeying physics the same way. If that makes any sense. I'm probably explaining this terribly. Have you ever seen someone with long hair underwater? And how the hair just kind of goes with the current a little bit? The hell is this? Oh, that's... Good catch, Pillars of Snow.
There. Better?
Shut up, Corso.
I can count the number of times I've been truly impressed in my life on one hand, Captain.
Me too.
Congratulations.
And you're not one of them.
Walking in with those core samples just got added to the list.
I always deliver, sweetheart.
Shame to see a man like you wasted on Risha. Argo, take this cargo pod and stow it with the others.
When will we finally leave this accursed swamp? The humidity makes my joints rust.
Hey, look at that. The Republic just updated my contract log as complete. And right on time. My spaceport friend granted me access to the Republic sensor array.
What am I looking at here?
Us a vault.
Tell me about this mysterious friend of yours.
What's the matter? Jealous? Sensors are picking up the vault's unique radiation signature. That's good. Aha, there it is. Oh. Your vault is in Zone 0. That's bad.
Give me all the details.
Zone 0 is in no man's land. When the Republic first got here, it sent a bunch of surveyors to map the region. One surveyor made it back alive. Said the place is overrun with things worse than Rakghouls. Nobody goes there.
No man should march into certain death without a kiss for luck.
I'll ask, but Argo's real picky about his men.
I beg your pardon, mistress.
You'll need serious hardware to crack that vault. Risha's good at getting into places she isn't supposed to. Maybe talk to her. It's been interesting knowing you, Captain. Have fun out there.
Hang on, I didn't get my kiss. Mwah! There we go, okay. Should I actually hit accept first. There we go. How's she doing out here? Oh, you can flirt tons. It's just the way it goes is variable, as it should be. I mean, they literally... I shouldn't say it that way. To my knowledge... Wait, you want me to talk to Risha? What? To my knowledge, they literally developed the flirt mechanic with the smuggler in mind. What the hell?
Business only.
Hold on a second.
Think you're all right?
God damn it! Shut up, Corso. Why do I have to go to my ship? That's a good question, Evo. What do you think should be done? I mean, you're the artistic genius. I'm just some idiot.
Welcome to Taris. I'm Governor Suresh.
Shut up, Suresh.
On behalf of the Galactic Republic, I want to thank you for joining us in this historic project. For your safety, please do not travel beyond the military-secured safe zone outside the settlement. This world and our work here will shine as a beacon of hope to all of the Republic. But first, we have many obstacles to overcome. Together, we stand taller than any obstacle. Let's get to work. Together.
Welcome back, Master. Your vessel is in flawless condition naturally.
I like to think I'm a good producer.
Hope you got that vault's location. I eavesdropped on Skavik and some mercenaries over an encrypted comm channel. They're trying to beat us to the vault. Sounds like they're closing in.
Beryl says the vault is buried in a place called Zone 0.
Then we're not sunk yet. Unlike us, the mercenaries don't have the vault's exact coordinates. From what I overheard, Skavik's men aren't having much luck in their search for the vault. Something out there is eating those mercenaries alive. Literally.
For once, I'm glad Taris is a death trap.
The creatures are slowing the mercenaries down, but not enough. Get to the vault as fast as you can, then open the lock with this Geonosian slicer module. It took me months to trade for this. Don't lose it, understand?
If I march all the way to Zone 0 and I'm still locked out of that vault, you're fired.
Technology has come a long way since that vault was built. It'll open. Good luck, partner. Hope I see you again soon.
Your old partner seems to think you'll turn on me.
She's bitter about something that happened a long time ago. Forget about her.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Don't make me regret it.
I promise you won't be disappointed. I'll be waiting, Captain.
Okay, so now can I go down again? Hi, Django. Yes, we are Smuggler. We're still on Taris because we're doing everything. Well, I try not to tell... I do that deliberately, Evo. I don't want you to know if I like it or hate it, because that's not my job. My job is to try and guide you towards the finished product. Not be like, thumbs up or thumbs down. What do you think I am? A bad producer?
Agent Saganti with the Republic Customs Office. I have some questions about Beryl Thorne.
Okay.
What do you want to know, Agent?
I suspect Thorne is smuggling relics, and I think I know how she's doing it. What I lack is proof. I need someone to step forward and testify so I can arrest her. I'm looking for an honest citizen, Captain.
I'll say whatever you want. For the right price.
I only pay for leads that result in an arrest. Hard evidence. If you know something about Beryl, I'd love to hear it.
I caught Beryl hiding relics inside those core sample containers.
I knew it. Regulations keep me from opening those containers, but now I have eyewitnesses. My men will arrest Thorne immediately. Her smuggling operation is finished. Take your reward, with my compliments.
That's mighty generous of you, Agent Saganti.
The Republic appreciates your assistance.
I can't believe you rolled over on Beryl.
I mean, why?
We need to keep the heat off us.
There had to have been a better way. Enjoy the rest of your time on my planet, Captain.
It's also not why I did it, but you know. I can't wait to dump Corso. And then have to do his entire side quest, because guess what? He's our primary. So he gets the actual quest chain. Gee, I don't know. Why would I want to be in good with a local customs agent and Republic official when I'm actively engaged in a plot to try and rob a vault on a planet that he is managing? Hey, Cloud of the Stars. How do I... Okay, so now I can actually warp back. I think.
There. Better?
Yeah, alright, whatever. Yes, Evo. That was the inclination I was trying to get across. I could see it in my head, just beam into my brain. But yeah, no, the underwater look. If you want, I'll find a friggin' picture of a woman who was underwater, and then point to it. When can I replace Corso? I'm already sick of him. He's also the only story negative I've jotted down so far for Smuggler. Oh my god, we're stuck with this Yahoo till Narch. Okay, hold on. I have an idea.
That out of...
I will take C2N2 over you, Corso. Literally. I see two fighter speeders are waiting for me here. Well, now, so here's an interesting, I don't think she's point. So Evo says, should you do the individual strands or should you do the blob? Would you believe the answer is, it depends. Some Luvari specifically have a nice big blob of hair coming off of them. Some have something far more finite or far more definable. So it would quite literally depend on the individual Luvari you are drawing and their aesthetic sense. I will take Jorgen over Corso. And I don't like Jorgen.
We are saved. An Upworlder has restored to us the work of my grandfathers. At last, we have a place to escape this oppressive city and the laws that keep us beneath it. A place where we can breathe.
A large explosion drowns out the rest of the recording. No eyelashes, no eyebrows, no hair. No arm hair. No leg hair, which is nice. They don't have to shave. The older they are, the more hair they have, so the amount of hair is directly how they show their age. It is also the only way they show their age. If they were somehow hairless, a 90-year-old and a 20-year-old would look the same, relatively speaking. Now that's an interesting question. Who do I dislike more, Corso or Leo? I hesitate to judge that yet, but by memory that would be Kaleo. Eye color can be anything. Literally anything. They could have rainbow eyes, they could have blue eyes. They could have heterochromic eyes. Yeah, honestly, Corso is at least reliable for what he is. Kaleo is Kaleo. Yeah, I stand by that statement. Kaleo is Jack, but worse. Just, ugh. I love it when it does that with the cape. No, Kaleo is equal opportunity in her being an evil twat. And again, much more toxic than he is. Just across the board. I wouldn't add too many more, personally. I think there's enough as is. The ratio of pale to blue is pretty good, if that makes any sense.
This is a restricted area. There have been no security breaches for the past 111,325 days. Please show your credentials.
There you go. That's how long it's been since KOTOR 1. To the day.
Have you been guarding this place for 300 years?
That is correct. My programming appears to contain a contradiction. I'm instructed only to open this door to a member of the Tarisian government. But when the archive was brought online, all members of the ruling government were contained within. I have received no information on their successors.
That's why I sent out the announcement thing. Well, it's one of the reasons I sent out the announcement thing. I imagine those numbers will go up once we get to the Sith side. They're just debating the definition of an empire, Django.
Contained within.
I am not authorized to reveal the workings of the archive to anyone but a representative of the Galactic Republic. Is that you?
Sure. Yeah.
I don't have time for this.
Oh, guess not.
Alert! Alert! Intruder!
Damn it, Malachor. We could have talked our way in.
The defenses appear inoperational.
I'll trust your judgment,
This is the
Devo.
ruling government of Taris, as last appointed, plus representatives of every major science and industry. Their final wish was to be thawed when Taris was once more in the hands of the Republic. Here is data on all those contained within.
I find that most intriguing.
My programming instructions end here.
Well, sucks to be you. Come on. There we go. Actually, I'm kind of curious of the math here. Hang on. Let's just do this. Yeah, 305 years to the day. Good math. Is this literally right here? I'm not holocomming this.
I was told you might be coming. Was there anything in the archive?
Apparently, the ancient Tarisian government thought the most important thing to preserve was themselves.
That's Taris.
What do you mean literally?
That's Taris!
Amazing. All this time we've been working from old recordings and the occasional droid, when the key to the whole planet's history is right here.
Yeah, I kind of think Malik had the right idea. Burn this place to the ground. Ugh. So what you're saying is I'm going to regret it horribly, Evo. I'm still watching it, Django. They're just arguing about definitions right now. This is mine. This is actually from Four Heroes of Light, a DS game most people probably never even heard of. For good reason, it's kind of crap. but I did a video on it. That's true, Evo. I can't wait to tell my sister that you made an Azimdi who floats around in a key. Might be the same sound font for Alphic, I don't know. I agree, though. But yes, I have a playlist, which is basically a sad, depressing music playlist. I call it Dead. And I've just been playing it while we've been on Taris, because this is Taris. I don't even know what to add to that. This is Taris. This place sucks. By the way, what class are you, Vigilant? I meant to ask that earlier. And sorry, the name of the game was 4 Heroes of Light. Hi, Iramos. Welcome to the stream. You've joined us during some Republic quests, so that may be a thing. But on the plus side, we're also doing Smuggler, so that's cool. Welcome. As I like to say to basically everyone, don't be a stranger. You can lurk if you want to. We ain't here to judge. But if you want to poke your head in and talk, you are more than welcome to. Technically, 4 Heroes of Light is actually connected to the Bravely Default series. Like, barely. There are actual lore connecting threads between Bravely Default and 4 Heroes of Light. I can't tell you what they are because they're spoilers, but they're so vague as to be irrelevant. So make of that what you will. So let's play another GBA Games music instead here. Oh no, it's... Oh jeez, that's something that might actually hurt. Oh man, I wish I had donuts. When I went to get groceries last week, guess what they didn't have? That's right, Tupperware. But also donuts. I was very sad about that. Wait, there's a quest object? Oh, so there is. Didn't even see it. Now, we usually only have jelly-filled donuts, but we're tolerant of all kinds of donuts. As long as they don't have coconut in them. You don't like coconut in your donuts, do you? Because if you do, we're okay with that too. Now, pineapple donuts. Oh, those are good. You ever had one of those? Actually, my favorite donut I've ever had in my entire life was a lemon tart donut. And it's hard to even explain how good this thing was. Like, whatever you're thinking, it's not as good as what this thing was. Oh my god. After I conquer the world, I'm gonna find someone to figure out how to make those donuts again so I can have them again. I'll be like, alright, who wants to be the royal chef? I would. And I'll be like, alright, make me a yellow tart donut. Whoever makes the best one gets the job.
What the? Who the? How'd you?
Hi.
Not big on completing sentences, are you?
You're just... I can't believe... You're not supposed to be here! We've been through 10 kinds of pain getting to this vault, and not to watch you open it first. Skavik, you there? You want to see this, boss? We're at the vault, but we're not alone.
Hi, Skavik.
Too perfect. I love it when everything comes together like this. How's life treating you, Captain? You enjoying my ship and all my stuff? What about that two-faced Risha?
Doing great, thanks.
You expect me to believe you melted that Snow Queen? Come on, she's looking for a real man. Still owe you for that mess on Coruscant. You have any idea the grief I'm taking? I could kill everybody who cracks a joke, but that's a lot of work. So why don't you just die already?
I can't die until I get Nocdrane's treasure. Maybe not even then.
That's my prize, Captain, and I don't plan to share it. Roxer, I want you and the boys to spare no effort killing my friend, and make it as painful as possible.
You heard the boss. Fry this fool!
Correct, Rothic. It's actually specifically the version from Mario Galaxy 2. Now I want to play Mario Galaxy 2 again. Damn it! Later. I'm playing Tor. Yeah, it's pretty bad, Mr. Ed. But you can totally solo it, I can confirm. You're crazy. Then again, I've done the same damn thing, so what the hell do I know? What do you think of the story of the dungeon, though? I really don't recommend doing that. I recommend bugging some people. Like, we have a guild on the imp side. You know? This is the Spider-Man stream all over again. We have money! It's okay! Double checking. Yeah, that's what I thought. So let's beam out of here. Is that the question, which was, and I quote, "Whom would you want to be in the Dragon Age world? The Warden and other main characters not counting." The problem is, you didn't clarify that question. Instead, what you said was that, right when we were defining that question in two separate pieces, aka, are we capable of editing the story, aka a video game,
business only.
or are we restricted to playing through the story as is? So if you give me that answer, then I can give you the answer. So the order of the quest we'll be doing after this, classes, is we're doing all the Republic stuff on Smuggler, and then immediately thereafter we'll be doing Jedi Knight, because Jedi Knight sucks. And we'll be finishing up with Consular, which I don't have any memories of. Once we're done with all that, we will switch over, and I'm debating which to do first. The old idea was to do Bounty Hunter first. But the more I think about it, the more I like the idea of doing Inquisitor first. Haven't really committed to that one way or another yet, but I'm still debating.
Report your ailments.
I look forward to giving Jedi Knight all the negatives, Malachor. All of them. Yes. Right. That's why it's telling me to go there. Okay.
Cleared for the following travel routes.
I don't plan to be primarily fixating on light or dark on any class, with only one exception. Can anyone guess what that one exception is? So I have to follow the story. So it's a book instead of a game, is what you're saying. Sith Warrior is correct. I think I've actually already said that. We're going to be just hilariously, horrifically evil Sith Warrior. Everything else is up in the air. But our Sith Warrior is going to be puppies. And that's going to be our Sith Warrior. Any questions? So, if I'm following the book, so to speak, my first thought is actually Liliana. She goes through some stuff, especially early on, but assuming the story follows my version of Dragon Age, which I am presuming, No, Valerian eats puppies. I don't eat puppies. I eat kittens. I'll take that. I accidentally warped out when I didn't mean to.
This will be no secret to anyone listening, but Taris has been attacked.
Yeah.
The upper and lower city were destroyed. We have found the Promised Land, but have nowhere to return to. If only we had arrived sooner. The Promised Land is the original Taris colony site. It was sheltered from the direct bombardment, but the quakes have destroyed every building and generator left. We must start again from scratch, but At least we have survived. The wreck ghouls are still feeding on the dead. But when the meat is gone, they will begin to hunt.
Loverly. And no, I agree, Mr. Red. We'll see what I think of Black Talon when we get there. Yeah, that's the guy we helped find the Promised Land in KOTOR 1. And we're finding out what happened to them in our wake.
We mourn today for Rukel, who brought us out of the Undercity and into the Promised Land. We have sent scouts throughout Taris and can find no other survivors. They cast us out and bar their doors to us. But now we bury our dead in the ashes of their skyscrapers. As Rukel told us, it is not an easy life. Our children will grow up in a world of spears and bows, not blasters and starships. It is my burden to preserve our memories. Once we were outcasts. Once we were the promised ones. Now we are Taris.
And yes, just to 100% this, I just double-checked it. Rukel was the old man we talked to back in KOTOR 1. So if you ever wondered what happened to him, well, what happened to them was an Evo story. Which spec has stealth, out of curiosity? No reason, I'm just curious. Damn it, game. Agent. Right. Operative, also not on the list, but can't look at that right now. That means Scoundrel probably has stealth, then. I'm fine, Yada. I'm fine. I'm just gonna be eaten alive by rat ghouls. I'll make sure to scream as they're doing it, just to increase the enjoyment factor.
Miracles are breeding back in the Undercity. They reproduced only by infecting us. But now, there are more every day. We lose people to them, a few every year, but only as meat. The serum the Upworlder brought us has held true. We do not sicken, but now the serum is gone. We have had 4 infants born who could not be immunized. All boys. We will not be able to protect them forever. We need our full strength to defend the tribe. Maybe the immunity was inherited. Maybe we do not need to worry that a bite, a scratch, will turn our children against us. Maybe I do not need to fear for my son.
Warrior's probably the best overall class in the game from memory. But that's kind of a oh, Jesus Christ, all the way back there. That's a memory thing. Excuse me, a preference thing, rather than an objective statement. There's a reason why my main in this game is a Sith warrior, and it's not just because of the great story. It's because it's actually fun to play. mean, there's always a stupid Datacron. I've actually gotten the Taris one. In fact, I got almost all of them back in the day. Other than visuals, I don't think there's any practical difference between Knight and Warrior, no. Could be wrong about that. Like, if you look at the patch notes, they literally list, you know, Knight Warrior changes, or Agent Smuggler changes right alongside each other. Yeah, I was noticing that too, Metal Plate Mage. Maybe they're trying to go for old hologram idea, or, you know, busted recording or something, I don't know. I do like the damage output I have as a sharpshooter. I'm just gonna run from that one. Well, you see, Mike Romano. Okay, I'd give a big sarcastic answer, but I've said this before and I'll say this again. I really do feel Toro felt a little bit trapped, the designers that is, in trying to be a WoW vanilla clone. And I'm not saying that to be insulting. There's artifacts of WoW vanilla design everywhere in this game. Quest design, overworld design, class design, side balance, PvP approach, everything. So... getting out a bleed out right here. I'm ready to... Oh, no, bleed fell off. Oh, yep, okay. And dead. Oh, super dead. Screaming. Screaming. Ah. Ah. I'll give a really pathetic scream. Ah. 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 I mean, they used to be more limited by race, too, if you'll remember, Mike Kamano. That was something they patched in. Why is this not letting me res? What is happening? Thank you. I live once more.
I am Kuki, 14th Keeper of Memories after Rukil. We now number 53 adults and 21 children. We lost 4 abled bodies and 2 child bearers to the Rakghoul virus this year. Our records say there used to be a cure. We have lost so much. Tomorrow, we leave to search for higher ground. Plants are growing. Nature has reclaimed what once belonged to men. Nature is cruel. 2 of every 3 of our babies die to sickness and hunger. If we are to live, we must rebuild our walls.
I did answer that, Evo. I thought you were even there to hear that. Did you not listen? I answered you immediately, even. Evo, you didn't answer me. I knew it. I always knew. Why do we not exterminate the Rakghouls? That's a good damned question. In a galaxy filled with super weapons, you'd think someone would be like, you know what? Hey, Roko. So, what is world building, Evo? I did explain. I could prove it. Don't make me pull up the VOD. What is world building? Tell me right now. Go.
We forgot. I am the memory. I have Rukil's descriptions. I know there was a city once. I know a city is many houses, many people. I am the only one. Now, there is just us. We have stopped having children. The old records say it is from toxic radiation. We once called this the Promised Land. It was a lie. It is our grave.
Well, that sucked. Everyone's dead. This really is an Evo story. Good lord. So that's not even close to the answer I was looking for, Evo. So, let me give you my definition. World building is when a fiction goes out of its way to try and build the world around it. The way cultures work, or societies work, or economics, or sports, or video games, or linguistic terminology, or whatever, right? So, what is world destruction? Hey, fine.
Your supervisor sent me. I found out what happened to your promised ones. There's no happy ending.
I knew they couldn't have disappeared without a trace. Give me what you found. Let us learn the history of this doomed planet so we don't repeat it.
I've got an idea. Glass the frickin' place. Seriously, just glass it. Just fireball. Just fireball. God damn it. Where does this turn in? Over there. Okay. That's actually a really fun way to put that, Kira White Noise. Alright, Evo. Let's say that we have a story set in real life. And in real life, Earth, there was a giant global war against demons in the year 100 AD. However, there's absolutely no change whatsoever in the world state or existence. Because that really is world destruction. It's when... So I'm going to stop trying to use examples, because every time I use examples, you tell me I'm stupid, and then you beat me up, and I'm tired of getting beat up. World destruction is when a story goes out of its way to actually destroy its own world building. It is the actual opposite of world building. It introduces concepts or ideas or things that are setting bound that not only don't make sense, but actively contradict either themselves or the story in particular. That is world destruction. We came up with the term, I'd love to say I came up with it, but someone else did. We came up with the term during the Last of Us 2 stream. Because The Last of Us 2 had some pretty bad world destruction. World deconstruction is when you are analyzing a work of fiction to try and figure out how its world building works in order to try and make it work better or analyze it, or maybe you're making a YouTube video, or maybe doing an essay, or whatever. That's another good example, Space Cadet.
Welcome to Taris.
Shut up! Oh my god!
Republic,
you twat!
Joining us in this historic project. For your safety, please do not travel beyond the military-secured safe zone outside the settlement. This world and our work here will shine to all of you. But we have many to overcome. Together, stand tall any obstacle. Let's there.
Okay, she's done. So that was Taris. Not impressed on the gameplay side. Actually liked the stories on the story side. Her speech is literally a negative. And it's because it's a negative for two separate classes. Because for two classes, you have to deal with her nonsense every time you enter and leave. Oh, I can change the playlist now. We're not on Taris anymore. We're going to Nar Shaddaa next. Where's the Goblin playlist here? That's not the Goblin playlist. Hang on. Where's the Goblins? Where's the Gobos? Ah, screw it. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's right. I forgot about the secondaries. Ugh! I'm just gonna go one more time because god damn it! Okay, let's turn in this quest. Then we'll go do the goddamn secondaries. Or the planetary secondary, aka the bonus series.
You got the astrogation chart, didn't you? I can tell by the look on your face.
Did you ever doubt me?
If I did, you've just made me a believer for life. That astrogation chart belonged to an exchange gangster named Davik Kang. Davik personally mapped dozens of hyperlanes between the core and outer rim systems. He found shortcuts and hideouts all over the galaxy.
How'd you find out about this chart?
The same way I find out about everything. Listening to the right people. Have you studied much galactic history, Captain? Interesting patterns emerge if you pay attention. Davik Kang's criminal empire ended when this planet was destroyed. Nokdrayan's empire was born when he destroyed a planet.
What a bloodthirsty creep.
That's one way to look at it, assuming you're ignorant of the actual facts. Once upon a time, there was a pirate haven on the Outer Rim called Mandelia. Thousands of criminals lived there. One bright morning, Nokdrayan's freighter dropped out of hyperspace over Mandelia. He demanded the pirates surrender to him or die.
Pirates aren't known for surrendering.
They weren't afraid of a lone, lightly armed freighter. They thought Nock was crazy. When the pirates sent their reply, Nock launched a single rocket at their settlement. The warhead was tipped with an Imperial nerve toxin. The entire settlement died in less than a minute.
How many people did Nock murder?
10,000 greedy pirates, give or take. That day at Mandelia, Nokdrayan went from being a low-rent smuggler to one of the richest criminals in the galaxy. Anyway, that's how the legend goes. I should probably let you get back to work.
How about some more history lessons someplace private?
You're incorrigible. Come see me when you're irresistible and we'll talk. At any rate, I'm ready to leave Taris. I'm sure we can find someplace more interesting to be.
You know, I'm ready to leave Taris too, but it sucks to be me.
You've got a bad case of wanderlust, Risha.
Hey, it's one of my best qualities.
Alright, back down to Taris. Because screw me. Oh my god. No, yeah, we did all the frickin' side quests in FF14. We're doing all the frickin' side quests in Tor. I did those goddamn Moogle quests, and by golly, I have a degree of professionalism, damn it. Wait, Luvari don't have ears? When did I say that? That might have been a rando thing. Oh god, there's still random quests. Oh god, I hate everything. Oh god, kill me. Kill me! You know what the best part is? We're about to be welcomed to Drozana again. You ready for it? Here we go! She didn't do it. She didn't do it! Holy crap. I'm actually shocked by that. I'm legitimately shocked by that. Whatever.
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt, but the governor needs to speak with
Oh god! No!
Ah, it's good to finally speak with you.
It's her.
I'm Governor Suresh.
It's
the
her.
overseer of the Taris Reconstruction Project. Rakghoul attacks in the wilderness have reached epidemic proportions. Our expedition teams are in danger of being completely wiped out. The scientists and workers on those teams are critical to our plans to expand across Taris. If they can't finish their work, our entire project will fall apart.
I'll totally fix it. Just go away. Just go away.
Aren't there security forces to protect these people?
Of course. And their numbers are dwindling rapidly.
I've got a shark.
Everyone working in that wilderness has lost friends and comrades. They're frightened and losing hope quickly. I need you to rekindle that hope. To show our people that no enemy is too powerful to overcome.
No, what you want is for me to bail you out from your own miserable failure, you idiot!
Once we finished, they won't even remember why they were so worried.
I'd like nothing better.
The team leads are at Bridgick's Run. It was a top-notch swoop track before the Sith attacked.
A speeder will take you out once you're ready. When you land, find my agent Vilo. He'll be your guide.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And millions of credits were sacrificed to bring us to this point.
Incompetent boob is the one who becomes the freaking Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. Just think about that for a second. Could you believe that, Blue? Yeah, me neither. Oh my god. Okay. Ow. Well, we get rid of the previous Chancellor as the bounty hunter, so thank us for that. I don't even know what she does in the frickin' expansions. I don't want to know. And again, if you think I'm being too harsh, please try to put this into your mind. Think about every quest we've been doing on Taris. Good quests, by the way. At least in the story. Good quests, right? They have been emphasizing the same point over and over and over. This place is a goddamn mess. Mismanaged, misappropriated, zero progress. They can't even hold their ground. This is supposed to be a reclamation project. These people are having trouble surviving. And they've been here for over 5 years. And this idiot is the one who's in charge of all of that. I don't know the specifics of how she becomes Chancellor off the top of my head. We've already seen her as Chancellor. We literally already interacted with her as the Trooper.
You don't look like a pirate. You're not a pirate, are you? Please tell me you're not a pirate.
Oh, is this... Don't mind him. Pirates attacked our...
Okay, sorry, that's the repeat quest. Just making sure, That's the quest we're not doing because screw that nonsense. It's because you've already done it or something, Vigilant. That's the secondary we abandoned. Where am I going? Way over there. Okay. Honestly, yeah. Like, I'm sorry. Really think about this for a second. You have a planet where organic life tends to be nommed on, literally eaten, and also infected by a highly virulent plague of effectively zombies. What do? You send tons and tons of people down to that planet because you're a goddamn moron. These people have access to mass-produced military-grade droids because this is pre-prequel era, and that's actually pretty common in the Old Republic era.
You're fit for duty. Return to your post.
Can't do this, Major. The governor even sent us more help. Look!
The sent us plenty of help already. Volunteers, mercs, even Jedi. And they're all dead or working on it. I'm not watching the body count go any higher. We're pulling out. ASAP. You want to help? Help us load up for evac.
The governor is paying to get the job finished, not to pack it up and head home.
I hope she's paying well. If you want to get yourself eaten or turned into a monster, go right ahead. Anything and anyone that isn't packed when we leave is meat. Your choice.
We have to work quickly to get this place safe and running again before the Major's evacuation. Then maybe he'll change his mind. Talk to any of the people here. They'll tell you what needs to be done.
We won't let all this go to waste, Vilo.
It's like the governor knew what she was doing when she sent you here. Oh yeah, we should go back to the dead playlist, because we're back to Taris. You know what? Hang on. Where was it? I want to describe Taris with a single picture. You ready for it? There you go. There's Taris. Boom. Any questions? Those are heroics. What am I doing? What am I doing? Going over to the research camp. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Don't forget, well, spoilers, but the Sith side will be doing Taris canonically after this. So any good we do here precedes the Sith quests here. So, think about that for a minute. Well, it's propaganda, DJT. We've got to prove that we, as the Republic, can totes do stuff.
This is not a grooming behavior. That's tool use at the very least.
I know that, and you know that. I'm just saying neither the university nor the garrison... Never mind, we have company.
Nice to see some new faces. I'm Mola Haxdor, this is Professor Vral. We're xenozoologists. Could you settle something for us?
Speak your mind. Just make it quick.
Come look at this. We implanted a recording device in a rat ghoul and released him. This image is from the footage of his warren. It looks like a new species of rat ghoul. Taller, meaner, dominates normal rats. And when it was being recorded, it
reached over and shut the transmitter off.
So he wanted a little privacy with Lady Rat Ghoul. What does this matter?
Because rat ghouls barely use tools. They're not sentient. If this new species can reason, we have to change our colony's defenses.
This is why we need someone, you, to find our rat ghoul and extract his recording device. Besides the obvious academic prestige, it is essential that the Republic find out how dangerous this new species is.
Last thing we want are organized rat ghouls. I'll dig up your device.
I hate you, Bragwin, for pulling that to my attention, because I didn't notice it until you did. You're doomed. Doomed. So apparently Taris is actually mentioned a few times in the AU. Nothing really significant, obviously. Let's look at the EU here. Keep in mind that Tor is not a part of the EU in any way that matters. We talked about this. Tor is effectively its own continuity in every way that matters. Yeah, Tor-U, I like that. The Tor universe. That's quick. Let's see here. Whoop. Environment of Taris. Vegetation. By the age of the Clone Wars, Taris had been rebuilt. There you go. That makes sense if Tor doesn't exist. And given that it took 4,000 years, you know.
You're back. Let's queue up that footage and see the rat ghouls.
Calm down, Mola. I think some thanks are in order.
Yes, of course. We'd never go into the Warrens, even with an escort. This wouldn't have happened without you.
The swarms were pretty thick in that warren. You'll get something you can use.
I'll upload the footage. Let's talk after we've looked it over.
It just occurred to me, some of my European viewers might be weird when I keep using the phrase EU.
The new species has a lair that looks like an ex-power plant. And it's got, get this, crude recent construction.
Mola, the fact that they can build a ladder is the least of our worries. Day 2, minute 11. One of the new species pushes away the others in order to get at a food source.
But he pushes them without touching them. It's very clear there is no contact.
The new species can use the Force.
Great. Great.
But the old kind, they never could, right?
There is a widespread theory that the Rakul plague was an artificial creation of the so-called dark side.
The so-called dark side?
From the standard model.
Are you stupid?
But it leaves us with some disturbing possibilities.
We don't know if just one of the new species is force sensitive or all of them. If it's all of them, the garrison is considering evacuation.
This is the largest threat facing Taris. We need eyes in that Rakul lair.
Yeah, by the way, for those of you not aware, Rakghouls are literally a Sith alchemy creation.
Excellent idea. Just let me update my will.
It's the best plan we've got. The lair you want is an old power plant deep in the Rakul territory.
I'll fit you with a transmitter so we can see what you see. Get close enough to film the creatures, but if one notices you, do what you have to do.
Great. Force-wielding zombies. Yeah, I'm honestly in favor of just Death Starring this place. Everyone cool with that? Just... frickin' Rakghouls. By the way, speaking of things that will probably not be in the Star Wars rewrite, Rakghouls. Because screw them. See, this is why you keep the Death Star around. It's not to be like a weapon of terror or be like some horrible evil thing. No. It's just there just in case someplace gets infected with a zombie virus of Force users. Whoops, wrong way. Oh, that's bad. I know, right, Wenlock? The first thing we needed in Star Wars is frickin' zombies. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, there's a phrase called the nuclear option. In a space setting, a planet destroyer is kind of a nuclear option, so I guess here we are. Alright, you've converted me. Let's go and build the Death Star, I guess. Sigh. Flying corpses in space? Don't worry. Only Mary Poppins can do that. I remember this room. Yep, that is a neck ghoul over there. They imply that the rat ghouls can actually breed, but I don't know if they ever clarified that, like 100%. Oh god, it does, Blue Hero. You're totally right. Oh.
Approach. I am Bayon Siyu of the Sanage Temple.
Hey, you! The one who killed the Nekku! Open the lock! This holocron is crazy!
Calm yourself. I am incapable of madness. Madness is internal chaos, and there is no chaos, only harmony.
Before I open that door, maybe you want to tell me who's in there.
He is the Jedi Knight Denajor. He came here seeking battle with the Net Ghouls.
Of course I did! Anyone could sense the darkness here, and you, old man, are the source!
Dana misunderstands. The Nekguls became Force-sensitive and activated me. I have taught them, but only to help them master themselves. Had he not invaded their territory, my lessons would have sunk in better.
Why are they keeping him alive?
The Nekguls are currently drawing power from dark emotions.
Say it! They tear out colonists' hearts in front of me because they feed on fear and disgust.
Why are you teaching these creatures? How can you defend them?
Some Sith have done worse before choosing another path.
He's mad! There's hundreds of those things beneath us, by the reactor. He sees them as no threat, but they can't be allowed to live.
Revenge is not the Jedi way, Dana. Your plan will create ruin and poison.
I'm sorry, what? Hey, Mike.
If you don't like what you're about to see, turn off.
It won't take long. Just let me reach that control panel and lower the reactor shielding.
What you plan is mass murder. No thinking creature deserves to die a lingering death from radiation. There are alternatives.
They were born of dark side sorcery. They cannot change.
It merely requires time, which I have. They cannot harm me. Leave me here with them, and seek death no more.
This is one of the biggest light side, dark side choices I disagree with in the entire game. I had a discussion about this for like 5 hours with a friend of mine.
Take them out.
About this choice. Notice we all went dark side. Because of course we did. Note this isn't a class story. This is a planetary story. Planetary bonus series.
Can you feel their agony, Dana? Even I, a collection of circuits, feel it.
Listen, I know you're evil, Malachor.
But he's right about one thing.
Jesus.
There's nothing good in this place.
Professor Vral here. You did great. We got everything recorded. Now get out of there. The multimeter's going crazy with radiation. Run! Run and never look back!
Now, I should probably explain what I mean by why I disagree with that. So let me rewind a second. The reason I disagree with that so much is because the game itself, mostly because of the inconsistent and multitude of writers, can't decide whether or not Darkseid is evil or if Darkseid is Darkseid. Now, I know what you're about to say. Isn't Darkseid evil? And if you're saying that, then you understand the problem. This is why defining the Force is literally going to be step one for the Star Wars rewrite. Because what the Force is, what the Darkseid is something that's never actually been defined. Everyone has their own opinion, everyone has their own disagreement about what is what. So, honestly, if you asked me my opinion, I would say what we just did is actually pretty Darkseid, but in a good way. What we just did was the more passionate approach of change, alteration, movement, aggression, ambition, whatever you want to call that, right? You could call it chaos, but chaos gets across the wrong connotations. The idea is change things. The way I've always looked at it is that the dark side is change and the light side is stagnation. Obviously, too much of both is terrible, but, you know, duh, right? But my point then being is that makes perfect sense to me, from my individual perspective of the light side versus the dark side. It doesn't really fit with the game's overall approach to the thing. And that's also not the only one like that. Actually, yes, although, admittedly, my idea predates FF14, so FF14 copied off of me! But, yes. Where's this quest? Oh, you son of a Submariner. You are so amazingly dead. But of course, the problem is, and this is something that... Why can't I do that quest?
Me? I'm here for fieldwork. Taris has some unique opportunities for xenozoologists.
Okay. Mola Haxtor. That's Mola Haxtor. I don't have the quest. That's the problem. In fact, yeah, let me check the logs here. Let's look over here. Mission completed. Where darkness abides. With a timestamp and everything. So I have completed her quest. Anyways, all I was going to say is that Lucas's idea about the Force is that the dark side is evil and the light side is good, which I massively disagree with. And the AU has been very strongly leaning towards the idea that the good side, light side is good and the dark side is evil. That will obviously not be true in the rewrite. But that doesn't really matter right now. What matters right now is that because this is Tor,
you check.
Everyone kind of disagrees on what is what, and so every writer brings their own interpretation. Let me go see if there's someone here. Or here, apparently. Wherever this is. I think it's right here. Is that it? Is that the... Well, I see something I can't interact with. The dropped holo device, but I can't actually interact with it, so that's not it. Alright, where's Brejik's Run? That's over there. Hang on. No, I know, Sarura. I've studied Star Wars.
Report your ailments.
Nope, that's just the heroic mission. Well... Terminal next there. Ah, there it is. Not eligible for this conversation. So I'm going to do one thing really quick. It's not going to work, and then we're going to give up on this. But if it does work, we're going to try it. We're going to do our due diligence. Nope. I'm gonna Google something real quick, super quick, but I'm pretty sure we are moving on. Being selfless is awesome, Gum Gum. Being idiots, not as much of a fan. Hang on. Apparently a lot of people have had this exact same bug, by the way. Correct, Crazy Norse. By the way, I don't actually have an answer for you, I'm afraid. I'm curious of your answer about the democracy thing. I would like to quote from you an official response from BioWare. Hi, I am from Star Wars The Old Republic's customer service. I took care of your ticket today. I'd like to thank you for contacting us about the Taris bonus series. Sorry for the inconvenience, I hope I can at least shed some light on the issue. Most bonus series are currently broken and can't be finished. This is being worked on at the moment, so I wouldn't advise abandoning any of them since you might not be able to pick them up again. Leave them in your log for now. I don't know when it will be fixed, but I know a fix is in the work. Have a fantastic day. That was from 3 years ago. So, I'll be nice and give 1 negative, just the 1, for literally a game-breaking bug. A bug that cannot be bypassed and prevents you from continuing the game. We'll put that under, I suppose we'll put that under Republic? Since this is a Republic Quest series, and it was specifically the Taris issue that had that issue. So, Shaddaa? What do you mean, J. Palmer? That's what we have been doing. Unless you mean don't do side quests until we've done the secondary chain.
You are cleared for the following travel routes.
Ah, I have heard that too, Crazy Norse, and there's a validity to it. It's one of the reasons why the NCR is such a bear. No pun intended. Oh yeah, I didn't answer Lord Haramont's question. Hang on. Also, Mr. Ed asks, do you describe this game as being made by passionate devs? Yeah, at certain points in time. Okay, so let me be clear about this, J. Palmer. If you see in the upper right there, it says complete where darkness abides. So the way this works, so we got the bonus series, and then we picked up, immediately after picking up the bonus series, we picked up Where Darkness Abides. Then we did Where Darkness Abides, and now there's no new quest, and we're stuck because it still says we haven't done it. Lord Haramond says, if having too much light or dark is a bad thing, if being gray is so obviously superior, why do so few people do it? Because they can't. That's the easy answer. How many people actually have the proper drive and will and motivation and resources and time and effort in order to actually take care of themselves in terms of both health, physical, and mental? It's the easy answer. Why don't you exercise regularly? Why don't you eat properly? Why don't you take care of your mental health? It's the easy answer. I like how I'm actually only barely light side on this. So hang on. Mike Romano mentions a possibility that didn't even occur to me. I can't reset the quest. I can abandon it, but I can't reset it. Hi, Corso.
I never like asking for favors, Captain, but I think maybe we know each other well enough by now. I want to look for my cousin Rona. She's all the family I got left, and I think she should know what happened.
Wasn't your whole family killed on Ord Mantell?
Rona came with me when I left for the brigade, but she jumped ship at the first port. All she ever wanted was to get off Ord Mantell. I thought maybe we could track her down. You'd like her. She's really the reason I'm here.
I thought you came to chase down Skavik and stayed for the good beer.
Rona was kind of our family rebel. We used to have a blast together. She liked me to run interference, so her father never caught her on dates with off-worlders.
I thought you were all about protecting the poor women folk.
Well, yeah. My uncle would have given her a walloping if he'd known the kind of men she was with. I remember one time, Uncle came looking for Rona while she was on the shuttle pod with some Agamarian pirate. I was about 12. I didn't know how else to distract Uncle, so I started to fight. Got the whole ship confiscated. I never did find out how Rona got out of city jail.
Cool. Let's go to Shaddaa, shall we?
I love Nar Shaddaa. This is the place you get everything you never knew you wanted.
Rishi?
The only laws are the ones people make with bribes or blasters. It's good to be home again.
But there's...
Maybe you can show me the sights, gorgeous.
Nice try, but we're here on business, not pleasure. There's a hut here named Druga who has a prototype starship engine. We need it to find Nocdrayan's fortune. Druga and I made a deal. He'll trade the starship engine for that caged beast.
How can that slobbering creature be worth a ship engine?
It's the last male Shanjaru in the galaxy. The species is pretty much extinct. That makes it valuable.
Just clone it.
Druga's hosting a giant moving party on his pleasure barge. It stops periodically at different locations. Right now, it's on the promenade. I sent Druga several messages, but he never replied. You'll have to make contact the old-fashioned way.
I can't wait to see what kind of party this hut throws.
It's a shrine to grotesque extravagance. Rich lowlifes from across the galaxy spend a fortune attending Druga's gatherings. Before you go, one more thing. I know there's a price on your head from Rogan the Butcher over some business on Ord Mantell. Word on the HoloNet is, Rogan's personal bounty hunter is here on Nar Shaddaa. His name's Zank Helrot. Watch out for him.
You think Zank is here for me?
It may only be a coincidence, but better safe than sorry. The sooner we finish our business with Druga, the sooner we can be someplace Zank Helrot isn't. Have fun at the party.
Yeah, you two have fun as well. Anyways. Wrong way. You know, I said I like this ship, and I keep getting lost on it. Is my issues with Star Wars or fiction where the moral compass is too simple? No, I don't mind the dark side being evil and the light side being good. Really, I don't mind that. After all, I'm doing a Diablo lore run, or excuse me, Diablo rewrite where that's exactly the case. The angels are good and the demons are evil. The end. There's nothing wrong with that. My issue is I feel like Star Wars has outgrown that, if that makes any sense. And for what I tend to see Star Wars and the Force as, I don't think it fits. That's pure personal preference and really not much else. But that is how I look at it. It's why we're going to have a nice lengthy discussion, because if you're paying attention, just the chat over the last 10 minutes is making my point for me. Nobody agrees on what the Force is. Not even Lucas, the guy who invented the damn thing, has actually agreed with himself on what the Force is.
Oh my skies, a Jedi. Please help us. Innocent people are being slaughtered in the streets. I menaced a planet with the Republic's diplomatic corps. I was almost killed out there. The Kintan King's gang controls this part of Nar Shaddaa. They're violent and well-armed Niktos who hate the Republic. The gang attacked me right out on the street in full view of everyone. My bodyguards were dead before I knew what was happening.
Where can I find these killers?
They're still outside, but I have worse news. The murders aren't the worst of it. My bodyguards all carried Republic passcodes, and now the gangsters have them. With those passcodes, the Kintan Kings can slip right through our security. We'll be defenseless.
I got better ways to spend my time.
That's
I urge you
not
and your friends to reconsider.
what I selected.
Whatever the Kintan Kings do with the passcodes, it's sure to hurt all of us. We desperately need them back.
That's straight up Tor effect right there.
When you put it that way, how can I refuse?
Glad to see my diplomatic training finally paying off. Recovering our security passcodes from those filthy criminals will save countless innocent lives, including mine. The Kintan Kings who shot my bodyguards are still outside the spaceport. They have the passcodes, I'm sure of it.
I know it's weird, Warp Core. I don't know what's wrong with me. I appear to be in the minority on that. And you're right, Sarura. As Lucas changed his mind on what the Force was, even in the original trilogy. In fact, the whole, I guess it's Zen thing, wasn't even really brought in until Empire. And that was not brought in by Lucas, if my research is correct on the matter. He agreed with it, of course, but it wasn't his idea. Again, if the light side is good and the dark side is evil, then yeah, everyone should want to be light side. That's duh. That's not really the thing in question here, Malachor. No, of course not, Huthor. Alright, everyone. I need you to distract Huthor as quickly as possible before he starts attacking us about things not being defined. Oh, thank you, Cashel. Woo! I was worried there for a second. Might as well kill these two. Why not? Might as well finish the bonus. Why not? Get some extra good. Yep, distract can be stabbing, it can be donuts. I'm cool with whatever. Jangling keys, however that works out. Okay. Have a good night, Gary. Did you already tell Pax? If not, I'll do it. That was... I know that's not how you meant it, but I want to phrase that back to you, Huthor, in the way that you just said that. To quote one line that was actually good from the movies, I'll take you all on! No, just give him donuts, Jay Palmer. Is this jackass? Is he over there? Where is he? God damn it. In my interpretation, is the Force static? Alright, hold up. Hate to do this, but we need to define what you mean by my interpretation. Because the Force, as is being defined in the AU, is pretty codified. And the Force in the EU is completely ill-defined. So there's no interpretation to be had there. It's just a whole lot of inconsistent stuff. Or, you know, the, where's this guy? Report to Ambassador Dude. Where is he? Oh, in the Star Wars rewrite. So the current running idea, keep in mind this is all very in development. The current running idea is that the Force is an energy source that has nothing to do with midichlorians. The Force is an energy source. People draw on it. The specific way you draw on it determines how it manifests. Now, once upon a time, years and years ago, don't know the timeline, don't care, a bunch of people were like, hey, let's be one with nature and passive and let things happen and roll with the punches and zen, right? So they were all zen about things, and they practiced the Force extensively, blah, 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 Jedi. These Jedi started calling it the light side of the Force because that was the ideology that they espoused. Now, because these Jedi were relatively well known, because there were so many of them, and because their history and teachings survived for so long, most people start to assume that the light side is actually a thing, like a tangible, actual part of the Force that you can interact with and be a part of. This is, of course, not true. It doesn't work that way. There is no such thing as the light side of the Force. It is simply their way of doing things. If we were to take 10 separate Jedi, light side Jedi, and look at what version of the Force they're drawing on, and you were able to zoom in the camera on the specific Force they're using, you would notice that there's shadings, differences, variances in tone, in frequency, and hue of the Force that they're pulling, because even though they're all following the same teachings, they're all doing it in their own unique way. Does that make sense? So, that's the light side. It's a big school of thought that is propagated over the years. Now you're probably thinking, well, then what's the dark side? Well, some of those Jedi didn't really agree with that idea. They didn't like that idea, and they decided to go do things and make things happen, either for good reasons or for bad or for both. They decided to start forcing things to happen, using their power in order to affect change on the reality around them. As a direct contrast to the light side, they decided to call their particular practitioner the dark side. Fast forward a few hundred years of propaganda and cultural inertia, and the light side is associated with good, and the dark side is associated with evil. However, this is all a lie. It's all an in-universe lie, of course, and very few people know the truth of it, but most people do believe that there's a light side, which there isn't, that there's a dark side, which there isn't, and that the light means good and the dark side means evil, neither of which are true. And that's the Force as I currently plan to write it within the rewrite. Now, if you're paying attention, I've left several holes there on purpose. For example, there will be other, I hesitate to use the word colors, but other frequencies, other spectrums, other hues that an individual can pull the Force from too. This gives us the option to do things like the Dathomir Witches and the Night Sisters, or the, I forget their names, from the Hand of Thrawn duology, or the Grey Jedi, or whatever we want to do with that. There's a lot of different other ways that other people could, hypothetically, pull from the Force. This is the kind of writer I tend to be. I like to leave myself doors for future storytelling, in addition to defining things.
Oh, this is a disaster, Barish. How can I deal with enemies who don't negotiate?
Kids and kings only understand one language, Ambassador.
They understand getting smacked down, I can tell you that.
Violence never requires translation, but often causes deafness.
Minister Planet sent word you were bringing our security passcodes. The Republic is in your debt. I'm Ambassador Averdon. This is Barish Fennec Toril, one of the system's most prominent business leaders. Welcome.
I am honored to meet such brave defenders of the Republic. By the way, I like the Hutt voice in this game. It's the same Hutt voice for like all of them, but they do a good job with it, so credit where credit is due.
I was starting to wonder if the Republic was all alone here.
Far from it. Barish has been a great friend to the Republic in a dark time.
My mission is to establish strong Republic ties on Nar Shaddaa. We need its technological assets to defend ourselves against the Empire. Nar Shaddaa's leaders sold us an entire sector to use as our base of operations. Unfortunately, it's overrun with Kinton King gangsters.
Nar Shaddaa isn't known for its law-abiding citizens. No offense, Hutt.
Negative propaganda, I assure you. Most of our citizens are decent people.
The Kinton Kings want us out of their territory, and they're winning. A Jedi who was helping us was found butchered in the open street. Those gangsters did horrible things to him.
How did this guy wind up worm food?
We are not certain, but there were strange cuts and markings on his body. Almost ritualistic.
We hear rumors the gang's leader is Morgukai.
Morgukai are a Nikto cult. Jedi hunters trained to resist the Force.
You think I'm not a Jedi, then?
I've been trained to deal with Sith, Ambassador.
I assume the dead Jedi was too.
The
gangsters' attack on Minister Planet was a diversion. Their true goal was hijacking a Republic military freighter carrying cybernetic combat implants.
The implants were my goodwill gesture to the Republic. They are the finest quality technology.
We don't need Kinton Kings with enhanced speed and strength. When you have the implants, take them to an arms merchant named Nurculus. He secretly works for Barish.
Nurculus will provide a fortified base of operations for you. Yes, many things you'll find useful. Now, Gro, bring the Kinton King scum to their knees. For the good of the Republic. Indeed. So, based on how I have defined the Force, the answer to your question would then be a very firm no, Lord Harriman. Because the Force itself is a completely unique, generic energy source that doesn't change based on anything whatsoever. So I know what you're talking about now. That's why I was so confused, Evo. There are no external ears. There's only internal ears. So there should be a hole visible, but that's it.
Vehicle pads are currently
Where
open for business.
is my quest? There it is.
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Bites back on what? We're gonna kill the Force in the rewrite? I don't think we need to. In actual Star Wars, I think the Force is a net negative on the setting. In-universe. And I mean that. Totally sincerely. The Force has caused so many issues for so many millennia that it honestly... It's kind of like the warp in Warhammer 40k. The setting would probably be better off if it wasn't there. Drogo the Hutt is insane! Absolutely mad. What kind of lunatic takes his party to the Nikto sector? I stepped off his pleasure bar for one moment to conduct a simple financial transaction, and now I can't rejoin his party. I value my life too much to risk it among those thieves and murderers in Nikto. I'll just wait here. Blast, Druga!
You know anything else about this area, now's the time.
You haven't heard of the Nikto sector? Gangsters everywhere. Battles in the streets. Druga's gambling with everyone's lives down there. If you're gonna chase that deranged Hutt's party, I suggest you settle your affairs first. Blasted Druga. I never even got a drink. You poor thing. You're not even drunk. How can you even be alive? So I'm just immediately going to the Nikto Center? Wow. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. I'll have to... Aww. Poor Vidu. Oh, wow. Sorry. I shouldn't be reading those. I should be reading those out loud, which I'm not gonna do because I'm pure evil. What am I doing, Huthor? Sorry. Rothwick asks twice, or the bot is breaking up, if that's how you feel, so in the rewrite, how would I consider... Would I consider a lot of the actions committed by the Jedi leading up to the Clone Wars to be evil? Yes. Absolutely. I'm sorry. Let's ignore the rewrite for a second. Of course the Jedi have committed evil acts. Repeatedly. Like, it's pretty normal, honestly. Wait until we do the Sith Warrior again. You'll see some evil Jedi. Sector used to be a good place to live. Quiet, clean, safe. Then the swoop gangs took over. Oh yeah, I need to switch songs. They terrorize the shopkeepers, attack our innocent civilians on the streets, destroy our homes. And they slaughter anyone brave enough to stand up to them, leaving them bleeding in the gutter while they roar on their swoop bikes.
They killed someone you cared about, didn't they?
My brother. We ran a little shop together. The swoop gangs demanded we give them protection money. My brother refused to pay the swoop gangs off, said, Yedu, we must take a stand. They killed him for his defiance. I swore I would avenge him.
You got a brilliant plan, right?
How about some EMP immobilizers from the black market? Blast will fry the circuits of any swoop bike caught in the explosion. Swoops are parked in the streets near the gang's base, but I'm too afraid to go there and plant the immobilizers. What if they see me?
For the right price, I'll plant the immobilizers.
I don't have much, but whatever I have is yours if you take up those swoop bikes. Be careful. With or without the immobilizers, the gang will not be happy to see you. I'll wait here. Come back and see me when you're done. Alright, so to define the Force in a different way... I mean, I guess you can make that argument, Lord Paramount. I admittedly don't agree with it, but one of the things I love so much about Tor, and I mean this with absolute sincerity, I'm not just trying to be contrary, that's Huthor's job, is I love how it shows evil Jedi, good Sith, and everything in between. Don't mistake me. There's a value in having Darkspawn in your story. There is. I've talked about that before. But for a game this large, with organizations this vast, I love the idea of them actually having some nuance to them. Some layers, something, other than just dead puppies. My opinion. It is legitimately one of the better aspects of Tor. It is in fact something I have mentioned as a selling point of this game multiple times for multiple people. I have literally gotten some of my friends to play this game by selling them on the thing that I literally just said. So, a little biased. Alright, I keep forgetting to change the playlist. Sorry. We're on Nar Shaddaa now. Die, monsters. You don't belong in this world. I'll murder everyone I have to make the world a better place. Now, if you put a gun to my head and said, Lore, stop writing good fiction, and instead write... I'm sorry, I'm being mean. If you put a gun to my head and said, Lore, stop writing the Force the way you want to, and start writing the Force as if it's good versus evil. That's easy. So there's the Force, and the Force is good. So people who draw upon the Force do so, and draw upon good energy. However, people are people, and have a wide variety of complex and nuanced emotions that tend to dilute that. So pure Force would be technically defined as pure good, a saintly or sacred Force, if you will. However, people drawing from it, of course, tend to pollute that. Thus, most people who draw upon the Force do so, to some extent or another, perverting it. In other words, the idea there would be that, like 99.99% of all Jedi are actually not pure Force users. They're just having their own particular gradient of good that they're channeling. And of course, you have, Jedi up here like Yoda and Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, but then you have people way down here, and that's where people like Sidious or Malak or whatever show up. Sense make? There you go. Boom. Done. See, that's easy.
Welcome to Nurculus Arms. If it shoots, stabs, fries, or detonates, I stock it. I see you've got Barish's combat implants. He'll be a happy hut. What's a mercenary spacer like you doing for the Republic's top ambassador?
Well, I'm getting paid.
Are you always this curious?
It's not every day you meet someone crazy enough to take on the Kinton Kings. One thing's for sure, the Mountain won't be happy when he finds out what you did. That's what they call the Kinton King's leader, by the way. The Mountain. 3 guesses why.
Gangsters like to sound tougher than they are.
In this case, it's no exaggeration. Saw him once. Wish I hadn't. Only thing the Kinton Kings fear is the Mountain. He's everywhere, all the time.
How could that be? It doesn't seem possible.
All I know is, the Mountain has a reputation for staying on top of things. Just take care that you're not one of them. Say, since we're being so cordial and sharing, maybe we can discuss a little side business. Those combat implants are first-rate merchandise. We could, score a sweet profit selling a few in the black market.
Do you make a habit of cheating your employer?
Of course not. That would get me killed. I only profit when opportunity knocks. I'll tell Barish the Kinton Kings used some combat implants before you raided them. He'll believe me as long as you don't disagree. What Barish doesn't know won't hurt him, and that'll make us richer. Sound good?
No. I'm not gonna screw over a hut in a hut's territory. That's just suicide.
Consider me signed on.
Great. Hey, that's Barish on the holo. Just play it cool. Bad news, boss. Couldn't get back all those combat implants. The Kinton Kings must have used a few.
Annoying, but no surprise. Leave us, Nurculus. You attacking those gangster scum reaped unexpected benefits. They revealed a new den of evil to us.
Ordering the Kinton Kings to protect their slave market. They're selling kidnapped Republic citizens.
These criminals are truly depraved.
It's much worse than you think, Master Jedi. Some of the kidnapping victims are Force-sensitive children who are passing through here on their way to the Jedi. I shudder to think what those criminal scum have in mind for the children.
Any problem I can solve with a lightsaber is a good one.
This calls for precision tactics. We don't want any innocents getting hurt. Barish believes the gang's slave market is in the ruins of an old casino.
It used to be a fine establishment. The Kinton Kings do not deserve such splendor.
Whoa, try to calm down.
Forgive me, I am excited by the prospect of justice.
There is no need to discuss this further. Please hurry. Free our people before it's too late.
I admittedly don't agree with that, Lord Harriman, but that's okay. I am very stupid. Can I think of anyone in real-life history that's actually dead puppies evil? Yes. By your way of the Force, the light side powers would be pretty similar, where dark side powers would be more fun and weird. Probably DJT, yes. We're also probably going to spread it out a little bit more. I've always been one of those people who kind of likes the specialization concepts of the Force. And considering that my interpretation of the Force, aka the one I'm probably going to use for the rewrite, will by definition be different literally depending on the individual user, yeah, we're probably going to lean into the specialization thing. Whoop. I have to run into things here. How often have we discussed the Force? Believe it or not, actually not all that much. Today is one of the first days we've gotten into a big Force discussion. I'm very surprised by this. Now, hang on. I just noticed something. It's not just that I'm stupid. It's that I'm a moron. Yes. Power. 7 minutes ago. Hang on. The 1. Icket put donation money, or rather points, towards Gothic 1. And Mr. Red just put some towards Guild Wars 1. So, thank you both of you for being a part of my stream. I have jotted both down. I'm also kneeling in front of nothing, as is my wont. Taris says, as someone who has joined Final Fantasy XIV in terms of MMOs, and only to an extent mostly for its story, is it worth it to try Tor? Let me be as very clear about this as I possibly can. Tor has probably the second worst gameplay out of any MMO I've ever played. If that's an issue, then that's an issue. However, I do think Tor has not only some fantastic storytelling, I know you haven't seen much of it because we've done the dregs, but I do think some of the storytelling in Tor is legitimately fantastic. As we talked about a few days ago, BioWare was known for being merely good in terms of storytelling, but they are still usually good as a default state. Like, that's kind of their low end, usually. There is plenty of good storytelling in Tor. Pretty much the entirety of the Imperial side is well told, storytelling-wise. I think this game's score is going to skyrocket once we finally switch to the Sith side. And that's true for the planetary stuff in addition to the class stuff, the personal stuff. So if you're interested in a good story, this game has some really good story. Now, I haven't played the expansions, therefore I cannot speak to those one direction or the other. I also just realized I still haven't fixed the playlist. Fix. I don't know if I'd call them anti-religious so much as anti-organized religion, Lataria, which is a different concept. Especially considering they tend to be pro-spirituality. What the hell was that dance? Oh my god, I don't even want to know. I mean, you're more than welcome to join us. We're going through all the content. So you get to see all the stuff.
Hold, you hut-slaying scum! The cartel demands that you pay for your crimes.
Hi, Bodar. No words,
Listen
Lizard,
to the
just
Wookiee
fight.
boast of his murders. This monster has slaughtered entire Hutt clans, but his reign of terror ends. Before he dies, he will know true fear. We Kalish warriors swear it by our blood.
That Wookiee's not afraid of you, pal.
Keep back, you idiot! That beast will tear your head off, just like he did to Nordro the Fearless. His claws are stained with the entrails of many. His bloodlust can't be satisfied. Warriors! Kill these scum!
Oh, okay. Done. Oh, you meant them. Oh, my bad. So anyways, I should also mention one other thing. Because Evo asked me... Yeah, I see her. Evo asked me, what do the Luvari wear? Now, the usual answer is, of course, whatever the hell they want to. But remember that the Luvari can only really function thanks to the magic pumping through their veins, right? So, heavy, thick clothing, probably less likely. And magically enhanced or technologically enhanced clothing, probably more likely. If that doesn't answer you, well, whatever.
Have you tried the blue fizzy drinks? Make my head feel like it's full of shimmer silk. Have you tried the blue fizzy
Okay,
drinks?
apparently we can't blur yet.
Head feel like it's
That was a good fight. Bodar honors you.
You gonna be alright?
I fought the bone lizards before. Their smell's worse than their bite. Wookie, get back to your cage. I'll call you again when I want you. Going now. Bye. Yes, if you have them be in a tank, a giant metal tank of death, that would be acceptable. What have you done, fool? You ruined everything. The Wookiee fights alone or there's no drama.
Those Kalish ticked me off.
That's not your fight. You weren't even invited to my party. I paid for the best Kalish warriors in Nar Shaddaa to face my adorable pet Wookiee. This colossal battle was to whet the appetite, and I am unsatisfied. What do you have to say for yourself?
It was all a big misunderstanding. I apologize for intruding.
I excuse your rudeness, but only because I am a generous, well-loved Hutt. A shame the fight ended so quickly. Those Kalish were better actors than warriors. I'm glad I don't have to pay them. And you, I know why you've come. You waste your time. I don't need your beast anymore.
I'm sure someone else will want this rare specimen.
But another buyer won't have the starship engine you desire. I only wanted your male Shanjaru to complete a set, but thieves stole my female Shanjaru. If I can't have a complete set, I don't want the male that you brought. Go away.
How can you shoot me down when I'm being this charming?
If you seek friendship, go to the red light sector. If you have more words, say them to my servant. Maybe he'll take pity and throw you some scraps. Alright, hang on, let's try her one more time really quick.
Have you tried the blue
Nope.
fizzy drinks? Make my head feel like it's full of shimmers.
We overheard your conversation with the Great Feast Master. Druga can be most fickle. You have our deepest sympathies, we are sure.
Is there anything we can do about it?
If you seek to conclude your business with Druga, use his fickle nature to your advantage. Returning Druga's female beast would rekindle his interest in yours.
I don't even know what happened. How am I supposed to find this thing?
Look here. This holo recording was left by the thieves who stole Druga's female Shanjaru. It may interest you.
When will the Hutts learn that nature's creatures are not for their sick entertainment?
Really?
So long as innocent beasts are victimized by the decadent slave masters of Nar Shaddaa, we will fight freedom for all life.
The woman continues like this for another 3 hours. We use her recording to lull ourselves to sleep at night.
She's a real windbag, all right.
We are grateful her discourse is not the equal of her passion. We need our rest. The woman is a wealthy Republic senator's daughter. She violently opposes all who abuse wild creatures. She spends her father's wealth hiring mercenaries to fight her war. They maintain a base nearby.
Sounds like I should give these mercenaries a visit.
Should you discover any useful leads, bring them to us. We will happily assist your search.
Move the pleasure barge. Take our guests someplace interesting.
We will dock this pleasure barge at these coordinates. Find us there. Good hunting.
I actually love the, what is it, Druids? Dita in WoW. D-E-H-T-A, I think it is. So hang on, Max Time asks, if you're purposely flirting with any woman not in your party, why aren't you flirting with the female PCs in your group? Because they're in my party, Max Time, obviously. Also, I think only one of them is female, and she's taken. You know the rules.
I can't believe what you did to those Kalish. You're the bravest man I've ever met.
I was just trying to impress you, sweetheart.
This party has been a lot more exciting since you walked in. My name's Azalea. My father owns a corporation on Corellia. He and Druga are partners.
The only person I'm interested in hearing about is you.
Me? There's not much to tell. This is my first time here. I thought Nar Shaddaa would be more glamorous. I haven't met anyone I'd consider pleasant company.
Hold up. I just realized we have another song we need to play for this. Let me turn the volume way down, because I know how loud it sounds to you guys. There. Okay, here we go. Ham.
I feel the same way as Haley.
You're very sweet. Not like these other people at all. Father asked me to pay my respects to Druga. I hope I see you again later.
Okay.
I look forward to seeing you later.
Okay. Back to this. Anyways, so it would probably have runes and other markings in it. There would be parts of it that are probably literally glowing with regards to the clothing. Some parts of it don't need to obey physics. They might be floating or hovering. connected but not connected. Stuff like that. Alright, where are we going? Where are we going? Over here. I still need to disable a swoop bike. Good thing there's one right here. Listen, all you need to do, Evo, is beam into my brain and get all the thoughts out. It'll be cool. I'll show you what it looks like. It looks like that, okay? Any questions? Especially those extra highlights on both sides. Those are mandatory. Maybe put some outside outlines to kind of indicate that it's runic, but not like stuff in the middle, because that implies something else. And I want to make sure that the strips of cloth that are flowing down from the upper shoulders are kind of flowing in the wind. And I'm actually describing something that's actually in my head right now, but of course you can't see it because, you know, my life is hell. Let me go in first. Make sure that we don't have that issue again. You don't even have to go into the clothing that much if you don't want to, Evo. There's such a thing as Biz Kaz Fry. Because you gotta abbreviate everything. I just don't think I hit anything with that barrage. No! Evo, no! Oh, right. You asked if they're fragile. Let me walk back to that. Are they easily killed? As long as they're awake? No. Do they get sick? Let's lean towards no, but not actually no. Starforge Cashel. Sorry, I had to think about that. So, are Luvari fragile? Luvari are mages. They might say, oh, that makes them fragile. I guess that kind of depends on what you think of a mage as. Because, you know, a mage that knows what they're doing is not fragile. They're a death machine. I know, not all Luvari are mages, but the point is they have magic pumping through their veins. The thing is, it's not like muscles. Muscles are there, whether you want them or not. You have muscle memory, and I should probably heal a little bit. You have muscle memory, and you have things that allow you to react, even if you're not prepared. But if you get the drop on a Luvari, you could crush them, because they need to put concentration and thought into expressing the magic necessary in order to keep them strong, durable, etc. Let me put it to you this way. Let's just use straight up video game terms for this, shall we? Yeah, let me heal before this cutscene starts. Let's say that you have an HP of 5, but you have a special ability where if you spend a round concentrating, you gain 200 armor. And enemies have to go through all that armor in order to hurt you, right? So, if they manage to get you by surprise or break your concentration or whatever, then all they have to deal with is 5 HP. You anger the mountain, Republic scum. You provoke a fury you will not survive. When the mountain rages, the ground shakes, and the skies turn black.
You'll fall, like so many men before you.
Jeez, you're evil. The mountain will crush you all like insects. Come to coordinates. If you do not, thousands will die.
You haven't got the guts.
You gamble with innocent lives. The Kintan Kings have hidden explosives all over your Republic spaceport, but the detonator's here. Come face the mountain, or scores of our people will perish in smoke and in flame.
You just signed your own death mark, you cowardly pile of filth.
The mountain will see you in hell, Republic scum. So hold on. Who is everyone? Like, you're a smuggler. You're a knight, I think? I don't know any of the icons in Tor. And they're not color-coded like they are in WoW. Okay, Cord's playing a consular. Thought I saw a dual saber earlier. Let's see. So Lothario says, Rendon how? After the... Interesting. I don't like that theory at all, Lothario, but it's very similar to some other theories I've seen before, so that doesn't surprise me. Interesting thought, and certainly possible. Jesus. Gotta have our Nar Shaddaa music here. Okay, now that Uthor's gone, I just realized we can define the Force even more. Yeah. Let's see. Let's make the Force... What's the most mundane, boring thing we could turn the Force into? There's a challenge. Let's make it so that the Force is actually real money transactions, right? Now, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. So... imagine if Star Wars is all within a giant MMO. And all the people playing in Star Wars are people who just live in the MMO, right? But the only way to get ahead is to spend real money on things, right? And so, yeah, every time you use a Force ability, like the leap that that Malachor just did, you have to spend money. So every usage of the Force is actually a microtransaction. That's why Palpatine was so powerful. It was because he took Plagueis' riches, and that made him extraordinarily wealthy. Yep, midichlorians is literally just their term for dollars. It's the currency that the real-life people use. What do you think? I don't think we could go any more mundane than that. I think it's about as awful as we can go. And yeah, talking about the Force did summon Uthor, it worked. Yeah, Palpatine was a whale. It makes so much sense. He's a PvP asshole. Think about it. Oh my god, yes, it's called Star Wars Immortal. That's the name of the game. That's why so many Sith are dicks, is because they're PvP asshats who just burn their parents' credit cards on getting Force abilities. That's why they call it the dark side. There actually is no dark side. It's literally just the fact... No, I just prefer the fact that he was always evil. He's Lothario, that's the only reason. It allows it so that... I've lost my train of thought. It makes it so that the only, like, people who are engaging in dark side powers, and the only people who would pay for dark side powers are people who are PvPers, because dark side powers are almost universally used against other players, whereas light side powers can be used against animals and plants and NPCs, right? It's also ways to not kill the other players, like, you know, Force Persuade instead of Force Stab. Rough equivalents. Yeah, PvP is just the dark side mode. This makes way too much sense. The more I talk about this, this makes way too much sense. You survived the Gauntlet Republic scum, vermin, but now you can see that I have a glandular condition. Alone we are deadly. Together we are death incarnate.
I've seen a lot of strange things, but nothing like you.
5 brothers, Morugukai Jedi hunters, kings of the underworld. You 3 right boy for nothing. The Republic-loving Hutt has been using you. Barish was leader of the Kintan Kings until the mountain drove him out. You and that ignorant ambassador have pathetic instruments of revenge, and you have failed. I am quite good at pattern crafting, Evo.
Barish has some explaining to do.
Your death will be slow and painful. When this is over, the mountain will string your entrails across the whole sector. I don't have that many entrails. But that was funny. And now Giga's gonna die. Don't do it, Giga. You have so much to live for. Excellent work, my dauntless friends. I will ensure all the mountain's explosives are recovered from your spaceport and dismantled. I'm aware of what those Nikto filth revealed to you. They never found all my surveillance devices after they drove me out. So, you know I was once leader of the Kintan Kings. What will you do with this knowledge?
This information must be revealed to Ambassador Haverdon.
Don't be so hasty to shatter the undiplomat's illusions. When I lost the control of the Kintan Kings and came to the Promenade, I discovered the greatest profits come from legitimate enterprises, which is true. I am done with crime. Let me aid the Republic's cause. Your people make excellent business partners, better than the Empire.
You could be trying to deceive me.
Without my help, the Republic's mission will fail. Do you want Nar Shaddaa in Imperial hands? If Ambassador Abaddon learns of my past indiscretions, it will doom our flourishing alliance. Let's leave the past in the past. I will pay you generously to keep the secret safe. Wait, no! 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 Damn it! God damn it, game. Give me the bribe! Give me the bribe! Blah, 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 blah. I mean, I would call this a smart hut, but yes, Evo.
Everything depends on what you're...
I don't know. The light side is usually the stupid side, so I just sort of assumed that was not it. I don't know. I didn't think the light side was the bribe. I literally fat-fingered it. It was 1 and 2. I don't know why I was talking that direction. Now I'm really confused. Damn you, Nero's Eyes! I was trying to hit 2. And I hit 1 by accident.
Deceive me.
So, works for me. 2!
I've already forgotten what we were talking about, Barish.
Good. Then the matter is settled after that weird incident. Ambassador Abaddon will congratulate you for your success. Come to the promenade for your reward. Oh yeah, by the way, we've talked about why being able to back out of conversations is a good thing, and has gotten multiple positives. That's the final reason. Because every now and again, you fat finger something. That's not something... I mean, I've done that in single-player RPGs several times. Where's the eco-terrorists' hideout? Don't do it, Evo. The gameplay sucks! The gameplay sucks, Evo! Look at the document! I know it's not on the screen. Look how many gameplay negatives all has right now. Scroll down. Hit review. Exclamation mark. Review. And then scroll down and look at those gameplay negatives. In the all category. Yes, Jay Palmer. Whap!
That swoop gang won't be causing any more trouble.
I heard what happened. News travels quickly in this sector. They attacked you, but you fought them off. You avenged my brother and freed us from the tyranny of the swoop gangs. On behalf of all the citizens of the sector, thank you. You're welcome. So anyways, that being said, honestly, I think you should play 4. Go do it right now. Do it! Do it! As long as you subscribe. If you can't subscribe, then don't play this game. I've said that before, and I'll say that again. Where is the eco-terrorists' hideout? Do you mind? Well, you don't. Okay, fine. Huh. Okay. No, that's actually cool. That's probably faster. Alright, where am I? Looks like it's not here. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. You know, I don't even know how much this thing costs to subscribe. I agree, though. Make, what did you make last time? Or, let me ask this differently, Evo. What haven't you played in this game? Because I played everything. I can tell you all kinds of stuff.
Travel route.
Good, bad, and in between. Hang on, J. Palmer. Give me a sec. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Give me a second. Yeah, make an Empire character. Let's start with that. I think I sprang for the 3-month or the 6-month sub for this particular run. I'm not sure which, but I did want them, because I know this is going to take more than a month, or at least it probably will. Okay, so... no, don't subscribe to me, whatever you do. So in that case, I strongly recommend go ahead and fire up the game. The 1 through 10, 1 through 20 range is pretty legit, free. That's effectively your tutorial. Yeah, no, wrong word. Your trial. Do that, get a feel for the game, see if you like it. Play an Imperial character, doesn't matter which one. Agent and Sith Warrior are, in my opinion, the best stories, which means you will probably prefer either Inquisitor or, I should probably hit this button now, or Agent, or Bounty Hunter. But play an Imperial character.
Word is spreading of the so-called Mountain's defeat. With their leader dead, the majority of the Kintan Kings are scrambling to leave our territory. We've won.
Yep.
I've yet to face anything I can't overcome.
You're quite something. There is no denying it. The Republic truly can't thank you enough. Please, accept this token of our appreciation.
Allow me to supplement that reward with one of my own.
Oh, Barish, you're much too generous.
Actually, Agent is best, but I enjoy the gameplay of Sith Warrior better. And they're both really good.
You have my thanks.
As you're among the few people I can trust here, would you take on another matter? A local man named Ilox has requested Republic assistance in the Red Light sector. If you find yourself there, please speak to him. You and I have much to discuss, Barish. Farewell, my friends.
Sorry. Hanhar? Negative to story. That's my thoughts on Hanhar. Where am I going? This way. I don't like Hanhar at all. And that's really all there is to that.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Yeah, it's funny. Inquisitor was supposed to be modeled after Maul, but plays a lot more like Palpatine. Well, that's not quite true. What's a good example of what Inquisitor can feel like? No, Shiny Toki. We've decided of the 8 classes, we're going to eject Sith Inquisitor just out of pure vindictive spite. That way we can feed off of the dark side. Dooku's not quite there, because the thing is, the Inquisitor is crazy. Now, it's up to you and your playthrough of the Inquisitor as to whether they are insane or if they are merely crazy. Oh, wait, it's right here. Oh, whatever.
The name's Ilox. I'm a freelance private investigator. We need to talk. Your crew looks like it can handle anything. That's good. Someone from the Republic needs to know what I've stumbled onto, in case I get disappeared.
I don't understand. You in some kind of danger?
Almost always. But this is different. There's bad business going down at Club Euphora. So some Republic fleet officers go in. But they never came out. I decided to snoop around. Made it to one of the back rooms. It was full of slave cages.
Joris Sibia. Actually, that's a good comparison. Or Jerus.
Who hired you to follow around those Republic fleet officers?
Nobody. I'm just returning a favor. Republic soldiers rescued me from the Empire when I was a kid. Saved my life. I keep tabs on any Republic military that come here on shore leave. And make sure they don't get into trouble.
The Republic is lucky to have a friend like you.
Wish I could do more. But this is out of my league. Club Euphora has major security. Way above normal. The guards are boosted with combat adrenals and cybernetic implants. Whatever's happening, it's worth killing to keep secret. Somebody needs to rescue those officers.
Thanks for bringing this to me. I'll take it from here.
May the Force be with you. I always wanted to say that.
Of course you would like it. All 4 Imperial storylines are good, Evo. They're different flavors of good, but they're all good. Bounty Hunter is probably the weakest of the 4 Imperial storylines, mostly because its Act 2 is honestly pretty bad, and its Act 3 is very weak. Act 1 is quite strong, though, and it still has some really good moments. Bounty Hunter is also more humorous than pretty much all the other ones. So what's the difference between insane and crazy? Well, someone who's crazy is someone who will charge up to someone and say, "Oh, I'll kill you," even though they're much bigger than them. Someone who is insane will go upstairs and carry a cardboard box up there so they can slather some mayonnaise on top of it. What is this? Apparently something just for me. Don't leave the tourist area. It's dangerous.
Everything all right here? Seems like there might be a problem.
My superior says I have to warn everyone, so I'm warning you. The gang war's heating up. Officially, everything past security droids is off limits. It's the bleeders again. Used to, they just drag tourists off and harvest a body part or two. Now they're rich, armed, and getting ambitious. Bleeders have declared war on all the red light gangs and any outsiders, so the cartel's official stance is just let them fight it out.
That's no skin off my back.
Except the gangs won't stay contained. If the bleeders win, they'll want more and more. I don't want us to just stand here and watch my district burn, no matter what the cartel says. I got a pile of credits and equipment donated from the local merchants for anybody who wades in there and teaches those bleeders a lesson in humility. Just saying. It's apparently unique to me for some reason. Oh yeah. Okay. Insane can be much more dangerous than crazy. But it depends on how much power they have. And arguably, the Sith Inquisitor has more personal power than anyone else in this freaking game. At least of the APCs.
You know the names of your masters. Glitterstim and Giggledust, Magnetar and Whiff. And I know them too.
Really?
I've walked that road you walk, yet here I stand spice-free. I was addicted to Rill for 21 years, only managed to kick it when my connection dried up. That's why, for the sake of these other friends here, someone's gotta cut off the supply.
Hey, that's a great idea. Let's make everyone go cold turkey. That always works out.
Sounds like a good idea, but you hardly look up to it.
Scars of a wild life, you know. I was hoping you could help. There's Rill labs up and down these blocks, serving thousands of addicts. Take them out, and those addicts will be forced clean by pure lack of supply. Can you imagine making that difference?
Okay, a chump like you needs a protector like me. I'm in.
Yeah, I guess I do. I don't know much about, self-preservation. Here, I'll show you where the Rill labs are. They're like the hearts of the operation, or lungs, or something you've got a few of. Take them down and the dealers run out of product. It's all downstream from there.
From which setting? Villages know. Warlocks and Necros vary quite a bit. Can you play Taris solo? Okay. Think of it this way. Think of the graph being your capacity... Here, I'll do it from your perspective. Being your capacity to solo the game. So at the beginning of the game, you could totally solo everything, no problem, right? You're way up here at 100%. The further into the game you get, the harder it's going to be to solo stuff. It never dips into impossible, but it gets worse and worse and worse as you go. I know you weren't here for last night, but Corellia is a goddamned slog if you are by yourself. Hell, it's a slog if you've got friends, which we can attest to from literally last night. Yeah, if you want...
Thank you. I'm Lieutenant Rail of the cruiser Coruscant Flame. Not sure how you people found me. Just glad you did. Blast, yeah. I could barely see straight.
He's gone! He's gone. Oh, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Okay. Now, I would strongly recommend, if you insist upon soloing and not grouping with Mr. Red or any of us, pick a class that can stealth, which I think is actually all of them, so never mind. But I believe if you want to stealth, no really style, then I think because you don't have access to it initially, you want to play an Inquisitor. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, everyone? Like, you start off not being able to cross-class. Like, until you finish Sith Warrior or something like that. I thought that Force users didn't get cross-class to start. Like, for a new character. Obviously, my account's like 10 years old at this point, so... Oh, it's cross-side. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Well, in that case, I strongly recommend you play one of the Force users and get used to having a spec, which is the stealth spec, which I can't show you, but over here in your loadouts, you can just set up a stealth loadout and then switch to it over here and be good with it. Speaking of which, remind me to switch to Scoundrel after we finish Nar Shaddaa, which will be tomorrow. Anyone here? What's here? Yank! Or not? That's interesting. Okay. Sure.
I'm Lieutenant Rail of the cruiser Coruscant Flame. Not sure how you people found me. Just glad you did. Blast, I could barely see straight. They pumped me full of... something. Makes my face numb.
Does the person responsible have a name?
Never heard any names. Most of these people don't even speak basic. These cute little dancers brought me and my shipmates here to blow off steam. Next thing we knew, the dancers were gone. Guards beat us half to death, threw us in these cages like animals.
Relax. Everything's gonna be alright.
I'm rescued. But what about the others? They smuggled us out one by one in waste containers. Nobody came back except for a gunnery ensign. He was different. Didn't even recognize me. Wherever they took him, something terrible happened.
I'll poke around and see what's what.
I think I might know where to start. I heard the guards mention the quarantine zone. I think that's where they took the others. Please, you have to save them.
You know anything else about this area, now's the time.
The quarantine zone's an old industrial district. Toxic dump. Great place for bad guys to hide. Thanks for busting me out. I owe you one.
Paraphrase a quote, "Never trust a beautiful person, especially one that is interested in you." Alright, so that's that. And if you're on Nar Shaddaa, don't trust anybody, period. fact, what are you doing on Nar Shaddaa? Get off the planet, you freak! Alright, let's go do this roundup. Well. Ah, that's a heroic. Okay, okay. I mean, if that's what you're after, Huthor, knock yourself out. Literally, just do it to yourself. That's probably... How do I get there? What do I think about this? What do I like about the philosophy of the Sith? Well, I tend to be a big believer in the individual, as well as the concept of both choice and freedom of will. So, I'd say that's probably the only thing likable about the Sith from a philosophy. Yeah, the Sith Code, as written, has a lot I can agree with, as I've talked about before. The reality of the Sith, not so much. And for those of you wondering how that goes, if you give me a moment, let me line up a run here. The Jedi Code is stupid. Let's not even talk about that. Hang on, here we go. Code of the Sith. Give me a second. Give me a moment. Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory my chains are broken, and the Force shall free me. Activate a turret. Thinks we should kill bleeders too. The Jedi Code or the Prime Directive, which is stupider? The Jedi Code. The Prime Directive at least has an idea of decency and honestly could be applied properly. It just isn't. The Jedi Code is just stupid. I actually agree with you on that, Balakor. I think we've both agreed on this point before. Obviously, the rest of it is a little bit more debatable, but peace is a lie just kind of makes me raise an eyebrow. Now, that being said, I do think a lot of people, including me sometimes, confuse peace with passivity. Peace can also just kind of be rolling with it, you know? Rolling! Points if you get it. Well, did it not? Strange. Now, that being said, I do think both codes are kind of stupid in their own ways. Hey, we just leveled up. Someone could follow the Sith Code and not be evil? Yeah. We don't really see a lot of examples of that, obviously, but I think that's certainly possible. Then again, I'm pretty sure you can also follow the Sith Code, excuse me, the Jedi Code. Let me use my terminology correctly here. And be evil, or not be good. In fact, I'd say that's really easy to do. Ironically, that was my first thought too, J. Palmer. The problem is, it's almost assuredly meant to mean that you should never be at peace, which is extraordinarily unhealthy, both physically and mentally. I mean, Darth Vader used to try and heal his lungs by concentrating non-stop on how angry he was. That's not great. I know, right, Evo? It's weird. And ultimately, if I could say anything about the codes, that's my biggest thing. They both suck. That's specifically something that shows up in the Shadows of the Empire novel, Mike Amano. Yes, the Urukai will defeat you with anger management issues. Just gotta push through it. And you know me, I'm rather unhappy with the very philosophy of just deal with it. In general, so that doesn't help anything. There is a Grey Jedi Code. Give me a sec, I'll find it. I actually like the Grey Jedi Code, but it's also kind of whatever. Give me a sec. that's not it. Hang on. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Of course, I'm having trouble finding it now. Well, let's read the Jedi Code while we're here, shall we? There is no emotion. There is peace. Already disagree with that. There is no ignorance. There is knowledge. Okay. There is no passion. There is serenity. Really disagree with that. There is no chaos. There is harmony. Uh-huh. There is no death. There is the Force. Yeah, whatever. And that's the most well-known Jedi Code. The one that's most often repeated. There's also like 5 others.
Good evening. Dr. Jarnicus at your service. My, what a powerful collection of individuals you are. Impressive. This seems an opportune moment to reveal that I am not Imperial. I merely worked for them.
I'll withhold judgment until you reveal your purpose here.
A reasonable request I'll happily fulfill. Give me a moment and I'll revive the good Captain Trazine, and I'm sure he's eager to speak with you.
I don't remember Lord Harriman. Anyways, no, that's not it, Mr. Red.
What? What's going on?
You've been rescued. Isn't that wonderful?
Whoever you people are, thank you. Thought I was as dead as my crew.
I freed Lieutenant Rail from Klabufora. He sent me.
Well, I'm glad he made it. What happened here was beyond horrifying. This lunatic doctor's been tearing our bodies apart, grafting pieces onto Imperial spies so they look like us.
A combination of surgery and genetic splicing. Amazing procedure. I'm the first to successfully perform it.
You are one messed up individual.
It's not nearly as awful as you might think. The subjects feel no pain. The Empire was secretly replacing Republic fleet officers with its own agents. Men enjoying their shore leave made perfect targets. The Imperials wanted saboteurs throughout the Republic's warships. They planned to destroy the vessels from within.
From what Lieutenant Rail said, you've already replaced some of our people.
Yes, but they'll remain sleepers until they receive a signal to act. There's still plenty of time to apprehend them.
You deserve to die, monster.
But let's not be hasty. I'll gladly offer my expertise to the Republic. Think of all you could do.
To infiltrate the Empire? Well, I guess I'd go along with using this filth.
Yeah, okay.
The only thing we should do with this horrible man is lock him away.
You're right, of course. I'm not thinking too clearly right now.
Oh dear. You people are passing up a golden opportunity.
I'll escort this sicko to my superiors for punishment. Thanks for all your help.
I hope you do more to that doctor than take away his license.
There's never enough punishment for men like him. Goodbye.
Like, if the option was to shoot him, sure. But the option doesn't exist to shoot him. So... You may always ask questions, Eva, but remember, there are no... That's a lie. There's so many dumb questions. God, there's so many dumb questions. So anyways, I found a code here, which actually listed as a Jedi code, which actually sounds to me like what the Gray code used to be, so I'm guessing this got rejiggered at some point. But here's the Gray code. Emotion, yet peace. Ignorance, yet knowledge. Passion, yet serenity. Chaos, yet harmony. Death, yet the Force. That is being listed, of course, under the Light Jedi Code, which is why I didn't catch it at first.
What you did is being felt all over. I saw a line of addicts going north and another going east, trying to find new suppliers. But the ones they found were swamped. Nearly everyone's been turned away.
Glad to hear things are working out.
Yeah, it's rough, though. Some of them are lashing out. I'll try to calm them. Not easy, of course. You can't just walk up and say, get clean. That's why we had to do it this way. What you did here, it's gonna change some lives. Carry that with you.
I know I've seen a gray code, but I can't find it, so I'm just going to let that go. Because it wasn't quite the code I just mentioned. You know what? That's a good idea, Huthor. So here's the way this works, Evo. Dialogue pops up, and it's like, here's your options. Now let's assume for a moment that you're in a group. While you're in this group, I want you here... That's not going to be able to happen. You roll a dice when you pick your dialogue option. Now you have a timer to pick that dialogue option, so you have to actually... This is a lot easier to showcase if I actually show it to you. So hang on. Ask me again during the next cutscene, now that I know that what you're asking and can be ready for you. No, you're right, Malachor. It is actually the original Jedi Code. You were correct. I mean, I would know that even if I didn't just read it just now. I recognize the damn thing. That might be the one I was thinking of, Blade Terval. Passion, peace, strength, knowledge, power, serenity, victory, harmony, freedom, the Force. That sounds a lot like the code I was looking for. This might actually kill me. This is super gonna kill me. I am mega dead. Well. Okay, did it. That was interesting. In case you're wondering, you actually do not have the ability to summon allies in combat, so I was just kind of stuck doing that without the droid whose name I've already forgotten. Not like anybody cares about him anyways. I know, it's been cut off time for 15 minutes. That turret literally saved me, yeah. It pulled aggro off me, which is kind of the relevant part. Hello? I guess someone else has that quest. What in the world? Okay. At some point I'll have a dialogue and I'll show you, Evo, I swear. Or maybe I never will. There's no dialogue left in the entire game, sorry. I've also, this is going back to the definition of the Force thing, I've always liked the idea that the Force also has an influence on you. You know, that it can change you or what you are and how you are and all that fun stuff. My favorite definition of Grey Jedi, by the way, is any Jedi who doesn't agree with the Jedi Order. Which is just kind of... Isn't that just so appropriate? Nah, he would have crushed him like a bug, Lothario. And probably talked his way out of it, because Palpatine can actually play at politics, the Jedi cannot. Oh my god, why is this taking so long to respawn? Ugh. Okay, fine. Let's go do this while I wait. A Grey Sith, depending on how you define it, would be a Grey Jedi. Oh no, they're terrible at it, Evo. It's fantastic. I love it. It's like watching a kindergartner try to play a 4X game, you know? Yes, there will be no politics. Now, let's get involved in Galactic Senate business. Yeah, before I talk to you, let me kill all your guards. Alright, what's up? I am in combat.
You killed those men. What kind of monster are you?
Really?
You're no mercenary. What are you doing here?
I'm a warrior who saves lives. Momi and I are going to change the galaxy together. The Shanjaru is gone, and I'll never tell you where Momi took it. I'm ready to die for my cause. Are you?
If you won't listen to reason, listen to this.
Alright. Take that. I didn't kill her. Could've.
Tirka, I'm leaving you in charge until I return. Leger says there's a way to smuggle the Shanjaro off-world. We'll return the poor creature to the wild where it belongs, and show those scum they can't exploit nature on our watch. I'll return from Leger's as soon as I can. Freedom for all life! Momi out.
That's a question I'm not prepared to answer, Lothario. Because what you're actually asking me there is, hey, Lore, do you believe in nurture or nature? Please tell me you've respawned. What song are we playing? Oh, right, that makes sense. I feel like some Tristram. Oh, for God's sakes, go away. Yeah. Which means you believe in nature, Lothario. Well, that's not fair. I suppose that isn't fair. Because we have to acknowledge that the Jedi Knights are idiots. So it's entirely possible they would have just turned Palpatine to the dark side. And that person who is Cord just killed that mob. This is a great time for Q&A while we wait for this thing to respawn. Smartest Jedi. Luke. In the EU. I'm not getting into an AU debate, I don't care. But in the EU, Luke, definitely. Boy consistently screws up and makes mistakes, and then learns and gets better and fixes it. Which Sith was the most evil from the Rule of Two era? So I wouldn't say Palpatine, because in the EU, Palpatine was very much not a Rule of Two guy. In the AU, he follows the Sith following so much it actually kind of disgusts me, but that's neither here nor there. I was hoping for one that's either gold or Serum Vigilant. Thank you for your help as always, dude. Much appreciate. I was hoping for something ostentatious, so yeah, gold would be nice. I don't know. I'll have to see what kind of colors are on the auction house. I'm pretty sure prices are out of my reach now on the auction house, so I might be screwed on that. We'll see. Anyways. I am streaming tomorrow, yes, as I usually am. Is there dark matter? No. And dark energy? No, in the extant. The most evil Sith in the Rule of Two era. I'm having trouble even thinking about the Rule of Two Sith. Oh, absolutely, Lataria. When written well. He's got a bit of the Harry Potter thing going for him, which I suppose I have to explain. He knows that he needs to not lean on the Force like a crutch, which I tend to enjoy. Most evil Jedi in the movie era? Most evil Jedi in the... Oh, he's up, he's up! Of course not. Yeah, let's hit the legends. More information. No? There used to be like a list of Darths in order, going back through it. No, it doesn't matter. He's dead! Yay! Alright, where are we at? Turn in. Okay. Should Vader have killed Ahsoka in Rebels? At the moment, I'm going to say yes, because they haven't done anything with her yet. I know what you're going to say, and that's my answer to that. Anyways. I know, right, Blackwell? Yeah, when the Ahsoka show comes out, we'll see. That'll be the moment when we decide if that was worthwhile. If that's a Darth Maul, or... I don't know what another explanation would be. Rel! Oh yeah, there you go. There's an evil one. He's not in the movie era. Well, I guess he's kind of in the movie era. Leaders have already contacted the cartel. They want to negotiate a peace. The leaders are under the impression one of the other gangs brought in off-worlders who could take down a dozen men at will. On an unrelated note, I have a token of affection from the local Merchants Association. Very unrelated. I know, Blackfile, but they haven't done anything with her yet. I stand by that. I do like what they did with Obi-Wan and Ahsoka and Vader, but that's just me gushing about visual cinematography. Oh, Krell was a moron. Are you kidding me? Idiot. There you are. I'm a Gundai. Wait.
There was a rumble in the quarantine zone. Guessing that was you.
The Imperials were behind the abductions at Club Ufora. I took their base.
Knew this whole deal was over my head, but I didn't know it was that high. I'll be sure to steer Republic people away from Club Ufora from now on. Take care. And if you get a chance, an old friend in the industrial zone could use someone like you. His name's Gannick.
Oh my god. I have become darks. Nothing. I'm still neutral. Never mind. Okay, we're cool. I have given in to the light side of the dark. Wait. Okay, so that should be... Let me double check something.
Welcome. Please select an available
Okay,
travel.
perfect. So we're going to go ahead and chop off here, I think. Tomorrow, at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, We will kill Caspian once and for all. But until then, I hope I see you all then. And we'll hopefully knock out Nar Shaddaa and probably get a little bit into, I guess, Alderaan would be next. I can never remember what's after Nar Shaddaa. Anyways, peace!